All right. Welcome to the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education meeting today, this August 30th. This is our 10th meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. And will the Secretary please call the roll?
Senator Buck.
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Thomas.
Here.
Chair Dennis.
Here, thank you. It's exciting. We're all here together today, especially on this one where we're going to, on the other ones, we were learning a lot of stuff about education and getting reports and things. And today we're going to be voting on some things. So it's good to have everybody here all together. We are first, just the reminders about the electronic devices, put them on silent and identifying yourself for the record each time you speak. And then when testifying, turn the microphone on and off. Just want to keep that clear for the record. And then also the sign-in table, if you are here or in Las Vegas, sign in at the table near the front location. Any materials received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to our committee's webpage. And you can receive electronic notifications of the committee's agendas, minutes, and final report by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. Also, please note that during the committee, the Zoom chat feature is only to be used for technical assistance for our broadcast and production services colleagues. We're all here today, so that probably doesn't even, it's not as big an issue. But with that, we're going to start with the public comment. Actually, before we get to public comment, let me just make a couple really quick comments. So today is different than all the other meetings that we've had. As I alluded to, we're going to get, we have to take care of some business at the beginning here, and then we're going to get a report that's due to us by legislation from the last legislation from the last session on funding for scholarships and that. After that, we are going to look at all the things that we have talked about and suggestions that were given to us of things that we should do, whether it's either send a letter to someone or to create legislation. These are all things that we will discuss as we go through, but just for the public, I wanted you to know how this part will go. So it's a little bit different because we'll be voting on some things today. So with that, let's go to public comment. And first we will hear anyone here in the Carson City office wishing to give public comment. Come forward. Not seeing anybody here. Let's go down to Las Vegas. Anyone wishing to give public comment in Las Vegas, go ahead and come forward. And I think we have 2 or 3 seats there? It looks like we have two. I think there's 2 mics. So as you speak, and we'll just go, we'll start with, let's see, it would be, I guess, your left. We'll start with the person on the left. And then as you finish, when they leave, the next person can just come up and take the seat, and we'll just keep going till we're done there. So with that, we'll go ahead down to Las Vegas. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Brenda Pearson, and I represent the Clark County Education Association. Before this committee today, you will hear recommendations for legislation, of which none are more important than those centered around the work of the Commission on School Funding. This commission oversees the implementation of Nevada's pupil-centered funding plan, impacting all levels of Nevada's public education system, from student achievement to educator retention. Broadening the scope of activities and expanding the responsibilities of the Commission will allow for continued guidance as a PCFP is implemented. Additionally, authorizing the Commission to meet outside of their designated timeframe will ensure that the Commission is responsive to both the needs of the legislative body as well as the needs of our state. CCA supports both the expansion of the scope of activities and responsibilities of this commission and the expansion of the designated timeframes for meetings. Considering our nation's rise in inflation rates, the commission has focused its attention also on determining a measure of inflation that would more accurately reflect the changes in Nevada's economy. The utilization of the Western region CPI over state-specific indices ignores the intricacies in Nevada's economy, and for that reason, CCA supports the incorporation of the Nevada-specific CPI when available to determine appropriate funding in the state education fund. Last, CCA supports maintaining funding for dual enrollment courses at the adjusted base per pupil amount. CCA's recent research highlighted that dual enrollment opportunities in our public high schools have been largely reserved for students of only two ethnicity groups, white and API. Maintaining funding at the adjusted base per pupil will ensure dual enrollment opportunities to expand in breadth and depth across the schools, reducing the inequity that falls across racial and socioeconomic lines. CCA appreciates the work and dedication of this committee, and we stand ready to assist whatever we can to bring this state forward.
Boy, you were just like right on. I forgot to mention we're doing 2 minutes for public comment today, and you finished perfect. So thank you very much for your recommendation. Let's go to the next one.
Okay, my name is Bill Hanlon. I know you'll be looking at the big picture today in terms of education, but a lot of parents are concerned about the little picture, and that is to answer a simple question, and that is, what are you going to do to help my children learn? To be clear, outside of parents, students, classroom teachers are the most important factor in a child's education. A teacher's knowledge of content, how to teach that content, having the strategies and resources that support that content, and the knowledge of how to fairly assess student learning is important for student success. While Nevada has experienced a documented math teacher shortage since 1985, that problem has been exacerbated as a result of the pandemic. The need for professional development has always been there, but now too many of our students are being taught by fill-ins. The need is so much greater than it has ever been. And to be absolutely clear, without success in math, our students' chances for success in science, engineering, and technology are pretty low. The district's response typically is to buy another program as a CYA to say they have addressed the problem and mistakenly think the training on how to use their programs is professional development. It's not. That typically fools such groups as local chambers of commerce, but it doesn't fool anyone who understands that programs are only as good as teachers. Then, with the local district's response of ignoring the problem of teacher quality, we have principals evaluating classes like math who have less knowledge than the fill-ins they are supervising. Just how does that improve instruction and student achievement? As a legislature, I think you can do 4 things. 1, you can encourage the governor to restore and increase the professional development funding to pre-recession levels in his proposed budget. 2, you could support that increase or move funding that does. 3, you could require professional development in the area teachers are teaching for relationship and salary advancement. And 4, you could require school administrators to take professional development in the areas they are assigned to supervise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Actually, before you go, I want to take a personal privilege because Mr. Hanlon, I know he's a math teacher and has taught for many years, and that just reminded me, I just attended a funeral of my ninth grade pre-algebra teacher, and it got me thinking about how he taught, I think, for like 42 years because there was such a need for math teachers. And
he taught me too.
And so I appreciate all teachers, but I know that we have such a huge need for math teachers. So I appreciate Mr. Hanlon, his advocacy for math teachers. So I just sorry for the detour there for a second, but let's go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Maureen Schaefer. I'm the Executive Director of Council for Better Nevada. I'd like to thank the members of the committee for holding meetings on the critical issue of government improvement. Without stronger governance of our school boards, it will be impossible to see improvement of every facet of the systems they represent It represents on the example of Clark County, from the behavior and performance of the trustees themselves to the effectiveness of the tens of thousands of employees who work within it, to the ability of parents to meaningfully engage to the critical academic outcomes of the futures of the students it ultimately exists to serve. I would ask that we challenge ourselves with the needed decisions, and the economy depends on it. With little will materially change until we change governance. Governance matters. The repeated outcomes we strive to see with our students are showing us this every day. Please be willing to make difficult but clear decisions this upcoming session on the issue of governance. We and all of you have spent many of your valuable time studying over the last many meetings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis, committee members. My name is Marie Nices, and I'm the president of the Clark County Education Association. CCEA is the only official educator union recognized by the Clark County School District. I'm here to speak to agenda item 23. CCA looks forward to the report that the committee will issue regarding the composition of school boards and will actively engage in the next legislative session for constructive change for the school board governance. Over the last several years, the community has had a front row seat to the dysfunction and internal fighting among the CCSD Board of Trustees. The trustees' number one focus should be making sound student and staff-focused decisions. But instead, some trustees attack one another during the school board meetings and on social media. The community has witnessed the school board meetings become a focus of personal agendas rather than focusing on students. The board's dysfunction has negatively impacted both CCSD students and staff due to the actions of a small group of trustees. Student achievement has not been the top priority. The focus has not been on reviewing student data to set goals for student achievement growth. CCSD Board of Trustees must be comprised of appointed and elected trustees with the background needed to focus on education policies and student achievement. A hybrid model would ensure the Board of Trustees has the qualifications and experience necessary to oversee a multi-billion-dollar budget. CCEA believes a hybrid model should have the majority of elected trustees and appointees. Mirroring the Nevada State Board of Education's hybrid model would ensure trustees with the needed expertise to oversee the fifth largest school district in the country serve as CCSD Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Francesca Petrucci, and I represent the Clark County Education Association. CCA represents the 18,000 licensed professionals in the Clark County School District. CCA supports item 3, which encourages the creation of a workforce development fund that will match contributions from industrial partners in order to promote industry-led workforce development and meet regional economic needs. Additionally, granting GOED the authority to carry forward unspent workforce dollars ensures we are using those dollars resourcefully to upskill our workforce. CCA also supports item 51, which codifies public-private partnerships at the university level. This would remove the red tape that has historically come with partnership and encourage efficient collaboration between industry and university. More collaboration means more students who are ready to enter our workforce. From the 2008 economic downturn to the 2020 COVID crash, our lesson remains the same. We must diversify our economy. When the Strip went dark, 30% of our workforce went unemployed, the highest rate in the nation. In 2008, the crash left 7 out of 10 homeowners nursing negative equity. Nevada's disproportionate vulnerability to the economic tides of the moment calls for a transformation in how we conduct business. That starts with making sure we have an educated workforce to attract and attain new industries. To aid in Nevada's economic transformation, CCA has commissioned UNR and Columbia University to assess our state's assets, workforce pipelines, K-12 education system, and regulatory environment that will ultimately produce legislative proposals centered on improving our workforce and strengthening the economy. Phase 1 of the study has just wrapped, and we look forward to sharing this work with members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Thank you, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Jana Wilcox-Lavin. I'm the CEO of Opportunity 180. We're a nonprofit committed to increasing the number of high-quality schools in Nevada that ensure our students are leaving high school, college and career ready, prepared to live whatever life they dream. One of the core levers of our work is good governance. And among our work in advocating for good governance in our education systems, Opportunity 180 provides training opportunities for charter school board members. We help match individuals with potential educational organizations where they can serve. We also watch school board meetings across the state, provide synopses of these to engage more people in what's happening in governance in our K-12 system. And next week, we'll be launching our voter guide on CCSD school board trustees to learn more about the candidates on the final ballot. We believe that good governance within our education system is critical for student achievement and for our state to continue to work towards improving student outcomes. As we've shared with this committee before and others, we've been working with a small group of representatives that we hope continues to grow, where we can hear more voices to put forward a framework for good governance for our community in K-12, anchoring on three guiding principles. The first, representation, ensuring the composition of the board represents the diversity of our constituents. Second is qualifications, ensuring the composition of board members represents the expertise aligned to the role of the board. And accountability, methods on how school board trustees are selected to the board and ensure board members can carry out their commitment to the state's goals on student achievement as outlined both in our federally approved ESSA plan and our state improvement plan. We believe that these guiding principles in K-12 school board trustees will help create the conditions to ensure that our schools are best serving students for their future success. Thanks for your time today, and I am eager to see this conversation continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gil Lopez. I'm with the Charter School Association of Nevada, representing over 62,000 students all across Nevada here. I want to thank the Interim Education Committee and also the staff for all the hard work this past year. We are looking forward to next session to work together to improve the level of education for all Nevadans here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis and members of the Interim Committee on Education. For the record, my name is Alex Bybee. I serve as the Chief Strategy Officer for Communities and Schools of Nevada, a statewide evidence-based nonprofit organization providing integrated student supports to 90,000 students in the Clark, Elko, Humboldt, and Washoe County school districts. We appreciate the opportunity to offer public comment today regarding agenda item number 6, the work session document, specifically item 16. We had the pleasure of presenting in front of this committee at the March meeting on our impact in 91 schools across the state, providing dropout prevention in 4 school districts. In the last academic year, we delivered a 92% graduation rate for high school seniors, which is 13 points above the statewide average for students on free and reduced lunch. And we achieved a 97% promotion rate for students across all grade levels. With graduation rates declining nationally and in Nevada as well by 1.2% last school year, we are asking the committee to vote in the affirmative to adopt the recommendation that Communities and Schools of Nevada submitted to include a statement similar to this committee's final report in the last interim expressing support for appropriations for the reinstatement of funding for wraparound services for children and families once funding is available. Over the last 2 years, during the closure of school buildings, it's become clear that our kids need all of their needs met in order to succeed in school and achieve in life. We humbly ask for the committee's support of item 16 on the work session document. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go to the next person. I don't see anybody. I know I have in Las Vegas, Ms. Rudy, who's our LCB research, our deputy research director. Ms. Rudy, is there anyone else there coming forward?
Chair Dennis, no, it does not appear anybody else is coming forward for public comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And there'll be another opportunity at the end also to give public comment. And as I mentioned earlier, we are limiting it to 2 minutes today. Let's go to... I'm going next. Yeah, I just wanted to get through all the... okay, so with that, we've gone here and there and down south. Now I would like to go to the call-in lines. BPS, is there, do we have anyone online?
Thank you, Chair Dennis. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello, committee. My name is Taylor Patterson. That's TaylorPatterson. I'm a member of the Bishop Paiute Tribe and the Executive Director of Native Voters Alliance Nevada. I just want to thank the committee for looking to take action on allowing Native students to wear cultural attire during graduation ceremonies. And I just want to urge the committee to look into taking further action into actually creating a law to require this. Our worry within our community is that if this is not a legal requirement, that high schools won't actually be able to be held accountable for not allowing our Native students to participate using their regalia. But thank you for allowing me to make this public comment, and thank you all for being here today.
Thank you very much. Could we go to the next caller?
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Sydney Williams, and I am a senior attending Douglas High School. Since I am a senior, I will be graduating this spring, and it is incredibly important to myself and my culture that I wear a beaded cap in my graduation ceremony. Regarding Agenda Item 6 and work session recommendation from number 21 related to graduation cultural attire, I do not believe that a letter addressed to school districts will be able to guarantee that I will be able to fully celebrate myself on the day that should be dedicated to my academic success. I strongly believe that a law should be considered to allow students to celebrate and express themselves on graduation day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always good to have students give us their opinion, so thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Caller with the last three digits, 130. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders. That's ChristineSaunders, and I'm the Policy Director with Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada. I just wanted to put on the record our support for our partners at NSEA in regards to items number 25 and 55, the Time for 20 and Respect Educators Act proposals. In addition, I wanted to also extend our support for item 21 and that this proposal to ensure Native students to wear cultural attire during their graduation ceremonies be a bill draft and not just a letter of recommendation to ensure that all Native students, regardless of their school district, have this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Good afternoon, Senator Dennis and the committee. This is Dora Martinez representing the Disability Peer Action Coalition. I was going to come to Carson City, but my service dog decided that it's his vacation date since it's his birthday. So I'm calling in instead. So I want to echo the prior callers regarding the Native attires. We support that. I also want to thank everyone, especially the gentleman who was talking about the Choral Academy schools. My daughter is sophomore. She's taking pre-cal because of the formative years in Choral Academy. But I want to thank all of you and those who started the Nevada Guarantee, Nevada Promise scholarships, and all the scholarships that are available to Nevadans, because my kids were able and are using those scholarships. My son's first day in University of Nevada, Reno, engineering department. So kudos to the Choral Academy schools, and thank you for, teaching our kids. And I also want to thank the dual credit sponsors or people who brought that, because my daughter is going to submit and become, to graduate early next, within a year and a half. So thank you for all that you do, and we appreciate your time. Take care.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Good afternoon. Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. For months, NSEA has testified to this committee and others about Nevada's dire educator shortage. Now with students back in school, we still have near record shortages of teachers, other licensed professionals, and education support professionals. Even sadder, the state's response has been like bringing a bucket of water to a 5-alarm fire. NSEA has been tracking vacant positions across Nevada school districts. Most alarming, CCSD still lists nearly 2,000 vacant positions, about the same number listed a month ago. The issue is not limited to Clark County. Washoe still lists over 360 vacancies, and there are still hundreds of vacancies across Nevada's rural counties. Earlier this month, the Economic Policy Institute released their report on teacher pay in 2021. They found the pay gap between teachers and other college-educated professionals reached an all-time high. In Nevada, that gap is 20.4%. NSEA has been calling for bold action to address this crisis, to adequately fund public education in Nevada, and to respect and retain our experienced educators. It's time for 20. That means a 20% increase in educator pay and at least $20 an hour for the workers who make our schools run. This is the right-sized response to our educator shortage, and will get educators the pay they need to make ends meet. Lack of competitive pay is a big cause of our vexing educator shortage, but poor working conditions are another major factor. With some of the largest class sizes in the country, Time for 20 calls for reaching an average class size of 20 students in core academic subjects. And with an uptick in high-profile acts of violence against educators, NSEA has unveiled the Respect Educators Act to elevate the safety, well-being, and autonomy of educators in their work. This includes real accountability for any violence committed against educators and giving educators the tools they need to deal with disruptive behavior. The Respect Educators Act calls for the creation of a monitoring committee, including educators from across the state, legislators, and NDE to gain a clear understanding of the impact of the laws, ensure consistent implementation, and secure protection for all students and educators. Educator voice in the classroom and at the worksite is also a key component of the Respect Educators Act. This includes guaranteeing educators have their professional judgment and discretion respected by school and district administrators, are treated with civility and respect, are not required to complete excessively burdensome paperwork, and are afforded adequate time during the week for lesson planning and collaborations with other teachers, have greater autonomy regarding student grading, are able to better enforce student attendance requirements, and also have fair work.
I need you to wrap it up.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Chair Dennis, your public line is open and working. However, there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, so it seems like we've gotten all those that want to give public comment at this point. As I said, there will be another opportunity at the end also. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes for the meetings on June 15th and June 29th. Do we have any changes or corrections for either one of those? If not, I will take a motion. Have a motion by Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod, second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. And any further discussion on the motion to approve the minutes of June 15th and July 29th? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, the motion passes and the minutes are approved. We'll now go to item number, agenda number 4, appointment of replacement member to vacate position to the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. If you will recall, back in at our first meeting in February, we appointed the members of the Nevada Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. One of those positions, who also happens to be the chair, is now vacant, and she is from Elko. You will see a list in your materials on the agenda of eligible applicants who applied for the position on the task force earlier this year. Their qualifications are also outlined in the exhibit for this agenda item. So it's the same list that we looked at back in February. And I will tell you that as we went through and looked at those, we had a lot of applicants actually from the Elko area. As we looked at the making appointments to that, and we looked to try to find diversity, so that we would have like pre-K, we had high school teachers, we had middle school, we also had special ed, we had one of the things that we didn't was someone that had a veteran or military spouse status. And so as we looked at that ELCO list, the person that was second on that list when we were considering back in February was Alicia Logan, who, in addition to having that veterans military status, also 29 years as a special ed teacher and has taught both in elementary, middle school, and high school level. And so I want us to consider that one, but I do, if there's any other ones that you wanted to look at, we can consider those or have a discussion about that at this point. Yes, Ms. Miller. Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question because the law states that it would the replacement from ELCO would have to come from ELCO. So is Ms. Logan from ELCO? Because I see a list of various schools, so I just want to make sure, is she currently teaching in ELCO?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Let me just double check with staff. I'm getting a nod from staff that says yes, she is.
2021, she's in Carlin. Okay.
Yeah, she's in Carlin, is that?
Carlin,
yeah.
yes. And I would just like to make one additional comment that the reason why Ms. Tammy Smithberg has to be replaced is because she was promoted to be an assistant principal.
Correct.
So
yeah, she's now in an administrative position.
It's not just a vacancy, it's, yeah.
Right, correct. Yeah, I was going to mention that. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, she has accepted a position in administration, which makes her ineligible to be on the teacher recruitment task force. So that's why we are making the change at this point. So any other discussion? If not, I will take a motion from Vice Chair Bill Axelrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Alicia Logan to the task force for Elko County School District.
Okay, I have a motion and a second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. Discussion on the motion. Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion passes. The appointment of Alicia Logan as the replacement is approved. Thank you very much. They do some great work, and as you see, as we go through our material today, they give us some great recommendations coming from that committee. So we appreciate the teachers and being able to tell us what their needs are. All right, we are going to now go to agenda item number 5, presentation on the study of state-funded financial aid programs in Nevada, including program effectiveness and budget considerations. As you recall, this was from a bill from last session, actually happened to be one that I sponsored, and working with the Treasurer's Office to look at how do we fund and to help us see if there are ways that as we move forward that we could find more permanent funding for the different scholarships that we offer. So with that, I believe we have our State Treasurer, Zach Conine, and Dr. Kenneth Retzi, Director of Education Policy from the Gwynn Center, here to do a presentation. Oh, there you are, down in Las Vegas. Great.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I have the pleasure of being Zach Conine, your Nevada State Treasurer. Thanks for allowing us the time to present, and thank you, Chair, for presenting this bill in the first place. By way of background, my office's College Savings Division operates the Navigate program, where we help Nevadans plan for, save for, and pay for post-secondary education. Through Navigate, we offer a variety of programs and services for the benefit of Nevadans, such as the Nevada College Kickstart Program, Nevada's 529 savings plans, the prepaid tuition program, and more. Our team is responsible for the administration of the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship Program. This merit-based scholarship awards up to $10,000 to the state's best and brightest to help them pay for tuition at Nevada's higher education institutions. Since its inception in 2000, the program has continued to grow and outpace its original funding sources, the tobacco settlement dollars and an annual $7.6 million transfer from the office's unclaimed property program, and has recently had to rely on increasingly more significant one-shot appropriations. Given this fact, our office worked closely with Senator Dennis, Chair Dennis, during the 2021 legislative session on Senate Bill 128, which directs our office to contract with a vendor to study the effectiveness and costs associated with Nevada's publicly funded scholarship and grant programs. I'm joined today by Dr. Kenny Retzel from the Gwynn Center, whose team was tasked with the study and who will walk you through our findings. Before I hand it over to Dr. Retzel, I just want to thank again Chair Dennis and the committee for your ongoing support and collaboration on this subject. I'd also like to thank the teams at the Gwynn Center and NG for their partnership. It was a team effort, and we couldn't have done it without their hard work and the dedicated education professionals who are here with you today. I'd also like to thank our staff, specifically our Chief of Staff, Kirsten Van Rye, and Dr. Tia Mathis-Coleman, who runs our College Savings Division. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Retzel.
Chair Dennis, members of the committee, my name is Kenneth Retzel with the Gwynn Center, and I'm just going to give you a quick background on the discussion today. First, we're going to go over some data and methods, talk just very briefly about the programs that we analyzed. And then we're going to go over our findings, which very briefly from the report, which you do have available to you, which goes into greater detail. But the quick summary of our report is that the data suggest that Nevada state-funded financial aid programs work, and they get students across the finish line. However, we also find that these costs of these programs are continuously rising year over year. So I'm going to, we'll go over these big findings, but do it very briefly, and I am happy to answer any questions that you might have at the very end. And again, we want to thank the Treasurer's Office and NC staff for all of their time and expertise in helping get this report to you today. And so, Chair Dennis mentioned just a little bit that this report is coming out of Senate Bill 128, where we were asked to conduct a study concerning publicly funded scholarship and grant programs in the state. And so with that, I've also joined with our research analyst, Jalen Hendricks, who also helped with this study. And so I'm going to have her talk a little bit about the data and methodology that we used.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Jalen Hendricks with the Gwynn Center for the record. Going into a little bit of the background of the data and methods behind this study. For this study, we analyzed 3 different state financial aid programs. The first of those being the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship, and that is the longest running program that we studied, and that began in 1999. The Nevada Promise Scholarship, that's the most recent or newest program that we studied, which began in 2017, and the Silver State Opportunity Grant, which began in 2015. The data that we utilized for this study, which we received from NG, included over 1 million student observations across public colleges and universities throughout the state, and specifically the academic years 2011 to 2012 and 2020 to 2021 were analyzed. And if anyone has any questions regarding why those years specifically were selected, my colleague Kenny can provide some more background on that.
And Kenny Retzel for the record. One quick note on this slide. In addition to thanking NC and the Treasurer's Office, I do want to give a special kudos and thank you to Jose Martinez with NC's office, who actually pulled the 1.2 million observations for us and sat with me a number of times to help make sense of the data. So thank you, Jose. So again, our first finding is that the data suggests that Nevada's state-funded financial aid programs are effective at increasing the percentage of students that complete a program of study. And I think before I go on and go through the individual programs themselves, it's important to note that this finding holds against every single program that we analyzed, the 3 programs we analyzed, as well as across 2- and 4-year institutions. And if you look at the report, that these differences that you're about to see are statistically significant. You also note the language at the very end, the percentage of students that complete a program of study. The initial bill asked the completer of the study to look at graduation rates, but when we were in discussions with NC, graduation rates has a very specific meaning based on specific business rules, for lack of a better word, about how to calculate graduation rate. And so we use the term percentage of students that complete a program of study as a colloquial way to say these are the students that cross the finish line. And we also only looked at first-time, full-time students so that you are looking at a comparable sample of students when we go over this data. So without further ado, first up is the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship. And so what you have here is two different charts, one for two-year institutions that's on the left and one for four-year institutions on the right. And so what you actually see here is that at two-year institutions, for instance, Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship recipients outperform non-recipients. And so at those two-year institutions, the difference between recipients and non-recipients that complete a program of study is 16.6%. Or 16.6 percentage points. So you're seeing quite a substantial increase for those students who receive the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship. Similarly, at four-year institutions, the difference is 7.9%. So recipients receive some sort of diploma in a 7.9 percentage points higher than non-recipients. The Nevada Promise Scholarship, this one is a little bit unique, and I won't talk too much about it. However, it is only available to Nevada's two-year institution attendees, and it is a last dollar scholarship applied after most other gift financial aid, which would include Pell or any other financial aid, state financial aid that student might receive. And here again, you see that Promise recipients received or completed a program of study 6.5 percentage points greater than non-recipients. And then the Silver State Opportunity Grant is the last one that we were tasked to look at. And so at two-year institutions, the Silver State Opportunity Grant recipients completed a program of study 22.2 percentage points greater than non-recipients. And it is available at one four-year institution at Nevada State College. And so those recipients also graduated at a significantly higher rate than non-recipients. And again, I know I breezed through that pretty quick. I'm happy to answer any questions at the end. I'm also welcome you to look at the study itself. We did some regression analyses so that you can see that after controlling for various demographic characteristics, these programs or these differences, again, are statistically significant. And so our second finding, in addition to these programs work, is that the financial data suggests these programs, and when we say these programs, it's specifically the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship, the cost of these programs continue to increase. And so here you've got a figure showing the change in total costs of these scholarships from the 2011-12 academic year to the 2020-21 academic year, and you see that it has increased over approximately $28 million. It's important to note also that these are truly scholarship costs. There's very little administrative costs associated with these programs that institutions, for the most part, absorb any of the administrative costs that are related to it. And so what you're seeing is actually dollars going to students. And the yellow line, the gray line is the sum of the three different programs, and the yellow line you see tracks pretty closely to it, and that is the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship. And so again, while these programs work, we also see that the expenses are continuing to rise over time. And so with that, I will pause for any questions that the committee might have. Happy to answer them. And again, remind you that the full report is available if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask members if they have any questions. I'll start it off first. Couple things. As you looked at this, did you look at how these programs have, how these programs have increased college attendance of students that perhaps maybe wouldn't have gone, but because these were available, they decided to go to college?
Kenneth Retzel for the record. Senator Dennis, that is a key question. However, the data just isn't there. Like the data, and this isn't a fault of NCHE or anyone in the state, but the decision of why a student attends college is a very personal one, and we don't collect that data on incoming forms of like, I decided to attend college because I had money available to me. The national literature that we did look at does suggest that financial aid is a significant predictor of a student going on to college. And so I think it would be a fair statement to suggest that these scholarships or these programs do encourage students to attend college. However, unfortunately, I can't point to any specific Nevada data to suggest that. However, again, national studies do suggest that.
And then the second part of that is, did you see, because there's a requirement in some of these to fill out the FAFSA or an equivalent. Did we see our applications for FAFSA dollars go up in Nevada because we have these programs in place?
So Kenneth Retzel for the record. Senator Dennis, could you expand on, like, because these programs are in place, do we see more students applying for FAFSA? Is that the question?
Right, because I think when we had a lot of the discussions about these different ones, I know specifically on Promise Scholarship, but I think the Silver State Opportunity Grant, we talked about that we were leaving a lot of dollars on the table because students weren't applying for FAFSA, but they were eligible, and many of them thought that they couldn't go to college. But because now, if they apply for these scholarships, they have to do that. They're realizing that there's money available to them. And I'm just wondering if we're now getting more FAFSA dollars into Nevada because we've put these in place.
Kenneth Retzel for the record, and thank you for the clarification. So we didn't look specifically at the increase in FAFSA applications. Again, the FAFSA provides the underlying data as to what expected family contribution might be. And then it does, to your point, Senator Dennis, play into many of these programs themselves as to how much a student might qualify for. But unfortunately, we didn't look to see what the impact might have been on the submission of FAFSA documents.
Okay, thank you. And the only reason I bring these up is because I think that as we look to move forward and try to find funding, we can also look at the investment that we make is really bringing us a lot more than what we're putting in, at least face value, because I think that we're getting more FAFSA dollars into Nevada now because kids are having to apply for that. So I think there's some of these other benefits that sometimes we don't think, but as this comes up in the future for the legislature, hopefully they'll keep that in mind in addition to all the other great benefits that you just talked about. Okay, other questions that we have from members? Yes, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for being here. I've really enjoyed looking at these materials. Grateful parent for the Millennium Scholarship, 8 children, all 8 recipients of the Millennium Scholarship, and all 8 college graduates. So I am very grateful for that assistance my children have had. I did 2 things. Would you just, for the record and for those listening, define program of study so it's clear what that means? Does it mean degree?
Yes, thank you for the question, Kenneth Retzel for the record. So a program of study can be any number of things. You see at 2-year institutions that they have skills certificates, that they have certificates of achievement and associate's degrees. And so a program of study is just that a student completed one of those sorts of programs, whether or not they completed 6 months or 1 semester, 1 year, 2 years, or received their 4-year degree. the interesting part of the study, and not to go down a rabbit hole that you didn't ask, but it was, what was a successful outcome specifically? We don't know that a student would go in with the assumption of wanting to obtain a 4-year degree, but detoured off and ended with a certificate of achievement, right? Or vice versa, that they started out wanting to just go for 1 semester and ended up getting their associate's degree. And so we defaulted to, if they received any sort of certification, that they could go out into the workforce with.
Thank you for that. And just a question about, I mean, these numbers are very impressive, but there is a little bit of a disconnect. So the millennium, the Gwynn Millennium, you're well over the 50% in 2-year and almost over 60% in the 4-year institutions. And with Silver State Opportunity, again, pushing 60% on the 2-year and 54, I think it is 54% on, I'm sorry, 2-year, and then 54% on the 4-year. But then we drop on Nevada Promise into the 38 and 32% range. I'm just curious why not that kind of, I mean, it's still helpful, but I'm wondering why the difference of double digits.
Kenneth Retzel for the record, excellent question. And this gets to the nuanced finding that we had, that unfortunately we don't have a lot of pieces of data. So what we have found from the national studies is that financial aid helps a student determine whether or not they want to attend college or if they can attend college. And then their likelihood of success is how they perform in college or at a 2 or 4-year institution. It also could be based on the rigor of their high school experience as well. And so there's a kind of a gimmicky line in there that says you can't graduate if you don't attend. And so I think that's where you're seeing the financial aid helping, is where you're getting students to go. But then the second part is that when you look at specifically those 2 programs that you suggested as having high outcomes or positive outcomes, the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship is based on a student's high school academic record. And so they have to perform at a certain level at high school. And similar with SSOG, or the Silver State Opportunity Grant, those students have to be coming in, and before they receive the funding, they have to be determined to be college ready. And whereas the Nevada Promise Scholarship, this is not critiquing anything about it, but the underlying requirement is that the student qualify in terms of financially, but also like the only kind of academic piece is that they have to know that they want to go to college fairly early on. And so you might be picking up some of that, of actually the application for that for next year is actually coming up here in several weeks. And so I think that's where you might be seeing it. But unfortunately, we don't have data out of the K-12 institutions to kind of look at that rigor, as well as we didn't have access to those grade level details that are at the individual institutions, NG institutions, to be able to test that finding further.
Thank you. I will mention too, though, we don't have as much data for the Promise Scholarship as we do for the other 2, because it hasn't been in place yet as long. Is that correct?
Kenneth Retzel for the record, correct.
Right. And secondly, when we put the Promise Scholarship, it was to try to attract those kids that, because they aren't the valedictorians, they aren't the ones with the high GPAs, to allow them to go to college when they think that they can't because maybe their grades and they couldn't get scholarships. So I think that you're going to see a difference there because of that also. Okay, other questions? Yeah. So Moomin Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. I too have daughters that were recipients of these scholarships, the Millennium Scholarship. And I know many of their friends, that was a factor in their decision whether or not to attend a school in Nevada. So I know that many kids do make a decision based on that. So very grateful for these programs. My question is, do we have a way to kind of project and see if the costs and expenditures for these scholarships are going to continue to increase at the rates that they have, going forward.
Thank you for the question, Treasurer Conine. For the record, obviously a number of features go into determining whether or not the costs will continue to increase at the same rate, such as the number of kiddos who go to college, as well as just population and the cost of instruction. Of course, in the Millennium Scholarship, we're at $10,000 per student, right? So that doesn't necessarily increase as costs increase. It just becomes less effective. Our office estimates that number will continue to rise. We're planning for a bit of a linear movement, although given that attendance seems to be flattening out a little bit in a post-pandemic world, we'll have to reevaluate that as time goes on. But it will certainly not be less expensive.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much. It's very informative, and I think it's going to be very helpful as we move forward into the legislative session, especially when we have these discussions on scholarships and how do we find a more stable, way of funding them. But we needed to know that they're accomplishing what they're set out to do, and that there's a value there, so that as we have these discussions on how do we fund this moving forward, we will have that information. So thank you very much for the report. We have no further questions, so thank you very much. There's nothing to really vote on there other than, we will include that information, will be part of our record of this committee that has met over the interim. So thank you. All right, we're going to now go to item number 7, which is our work session agenda item. And what I'm going to do is just to explain it real quick, and then we're going to take a break for a minute. We kind of broke it up into a couple sections here. As you look through the material, it's done by topic. And then also at the very end, anything that we talked about that's a possible BDR is at the very end. And we have the ability to do up to 10 BDRs. Also keep in mind that we have the ability to combine some of these, because some of these are the same subject. We could put them all into one BDR should we choose to do that. And the first part of this are things that came up in our meetings. And I think we had, I can't remember the number, was it 70? How many different recommendations? It was like 100. Oh, 100 plus. Yeah. So we had 100 plus different recommendations that came to us. We've combined, some of those we were able to combine into some things. And so we will look at those, and those are done by topics. And so what I intend to do is and those were ones that either we have the ability to send a letter to either like the governor's office or to Department of Ed or to the legislature, and say, hey, we looked at this, we think that you should take a look at this, or we think you should do this, or those kind of recommendations in the form of a letter. In addition to that, some of the items in that first part of that first list are also things that we could decide to include in our final report that is given to the legislature and to anybody else that wants to look at those items. And so what I will do is I'll do each subject. They have anywhere from 5 to 10, I think, probably in that range of items there. And what I would like from you is ones that you think that we should discuss for possible vote to include either as a letter or as a recommendation. And in this first section. And so, we'll start on page 2 of the work session document, where it starts at the top, recommendations for drafting letters and statements in the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education final report. So we're going to start with that higher ed one first. But before we do that, I'm going to take just like a 3-minute break if you need to use the restroom or anything else, or if you just need to put your thoughts together or bring your notes together. What I will do is I will ask the ones that you want to do. If there's some that we don't want to do, then we're not going to take them up. We will just we just won't do anything on those. But they'll still be, I mean, they're on our materials, and people can look at those and see what we talked about in that respect. So with that, let's take a 3-minute break. We are on recess. Okay, we are back from recess. We are going to start off on page 2 of the work session document. At the very top, if you'll notice, it says relating to higher education. So what I intend to do is just do each section. So the higher education section is on page 2, 3, and the number 9 on the top of page 4. I'm just going to run through these real quick, and then if any of these you want to pull off to discuss, I'll ask for that from the members. The item A, number 1, related to higher education, is workforce development, and you can read through there what that is, and we will, if we decide to do, we'll get more details on that. The second one is college missions. The third one, that's not admissions, but the mission of the institutions, and clarifying that. Number 3 is Workforce Development Fund. These are all letters that we would send to the, you can see who there. And then number 4 is Behavioral Health Personnel Workforce Pipeline. Number 5, Workforce Incentive Grant Pilot Program. And that one has a couple different options there. Number 6 would be Hispanic and minority serving institutions. That one's a statement that would go in our final reports. Same with the number 5. Number 7 is on career and technical education dual credit pilot program. Number 8 is the name, image, and likeness issues related to junior colleges. And then number 9 is the name, image, and likeness deals and policies specific to Nevada's gaming industry. So with that, what I want to hear from you, from the members, which ones you would like to discuss to possibly send. And some of these could be combined also, but anybody want to start off on any of these? Okay, so we have a question from Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Just a general question. We talk about sending letters, statements from the committee. Can you, this is my first time serving on the interim joint, can you kind of tell us what that entails? I mean, we send a letter to superintendents or to the governor, and then I mean, I understand what we're hoping, but how does it work?
Great. I'll start off, and then maybe I'll get a more technical explanation from staff. So when we meet as a committee, we obviously have looked at a lot of different things. So the options that we have as a committee is we could do a BDR for something that we've heard. But in some cases, maybe we don't need a BDR. Some cases, we just want to tell whoever that organization is, whether it's NSHE, whether it's the school districts, whether it's the governor. There might be some things that we studied that we think are important that we want to say to them, hey, this committee looked at this and we think that you should do something about that, or at least consider something. You know, we can't tell them to do anything, but we could just say, at least we looked at this issue and we think it's important and something you need to look at. The third thing is to include it in our report, our final report. So we could have a statement in there saying, hey, we think that this is important enough to put it in the final statement. Even though all of the things that we've talked about are all part of the record, but in that final report, that gives us an opportunity to really condense all these things that we've talked about and say, you know, we think that this needs to happen. So that's my explanation of it. Now let me ask staff: did I cover everything? Okay, so that's how that works. So if we think that you know, that we need to do some of this, then that's what we're doing today. So so on this higher education one, do we have any of these that feel that we should? Yeah, Assemblywoman Bilbey Axelrod.
I just sort of piggyback on my colleague from the north. For example, the workforce development, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this as well. So I'm in favor of this, but because we're sending it to the governor and because we're sending it to the Committee on Ways and Means, we're kind of pushing that as a priority, you will, right? And asking possibly maybe it might be included in the governor's budget and that Assembly Ways and Means might find the money for it. Is that correct? So we're pushing a little bit further on some of these than we're making a statement on some, but then we're sort of pushing for this to be a priority on others. Would that be a fair statement?
So yes, I would look at it more, when we send a letter, it's saying, we think this is important and you should look at this. We're not saying that you absolutely should do this, but I mean, because we know there's a lot of different things that we have to consider when it comes to all of this stuff. But if we think it's really important, then we send a letter. If we otherwise, they could just read it in our report and they can find out that it's important. So the things that we really want to say, hey, we looked at this and this is critical. We think that you should look at this. That's what we would want to do a letter for, or include it in our final report. Yeah, Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. And with that, to expand the conversation that's currently going, the challenge for me is that when we're talking about letters and setting priorities and such, but some of these items we've actually already passed into law. So when we've already, and we've discussed them session after session, we're talking about dual credit pilot programs, we're talking about competency-based education. There's so many of these items that have already been passed into law. So in that case, can the nature of these letters change into more compliance expectation? Because we're not saying we support this, we've passed this, we've created these laws, but they're not, often in many cases, being complied with or with full fidelity. So can the nature of the letter change to that to remind the agencies, the districts, whatever the entities are, that when this is already law and that they need to be followed?
Yes, so yes, and that also brings up another point. We can change these also, right? I mean, if there's one that we think it's really important, but maybe what we have here is not what we want, or maybe there's some additional things we want to add. For example, you gave the example of dual credit. We've already done some things on dual credit, and we might want to say, hey, we've already passed this. We think that you need to really look at this because we've passed this and it needs to go. So yeah, so that's a good point. And there might be some things that maybe we didn't put in here and got left off, and you want to amend that in. We can also have that discussion. Part of this is to have a discussion about the ones we think are important. We still may end up saying we don't need to send a letter for that. Maybe there's a different thing we can do, but we can at least have that discussion. And so right now what I'm asking is, rather than go through each one of these, if there's ones that we really, since we've all studied all these for the last 10 meetings, is there some of these that we really think we need to move forward on? So is any on higher education? Okay, well, we can do that. So Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
I was just saying, I think all of these letters and statements are valid, and I think we should move forward with all of them. And then to my colleague's point on some of them, just really pushing the fact that they've already been passed into law and we need compliance, that's a further on conversation.
Right. That would be part of the discussion that we have. So since you would like to look at all of these, why don't we move forward? We can do these, and I'll have staff go through, and then once we do one, you'll kind of get a feel for what we're talking about, and then as we move forward, you might not want to do all of them on all the rest of them, but you might want to, right, as we do that. So let's with this section, why don't we do that? I'm going to have our staff go through that, and we've got Ms. Drostoff who will walk us through these. So if you want to start with A1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Alex Drozdov, Committee Policy Analyst with the Legislative Council Bureau's Research Division. And as nonpartisan legislative staff, I can neither support nor oppose any proposal that comes before the legislature. This work session document has copies available at both locations, and it has been posted as an exhibit to the committee's website under Agenda Item 6. The first recommendation is Recommendation A1 on page 2 of the packet. The recommendation is to send a letter to the Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education to encourage strengthening the workforce pipeline, supporting those in the deaf and hard of hearing community, focusing especially on qualified interpreters for the healthcare, education, and government services industries. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And then there's some examples in there that you can read through the document. So is this something that we as a committee, want to send a letter? This would be to the Nevada System of Higher Education on this issue, discussion. Someone, Bill Bayaxrod.
This is a perfect example. Yes, I am 100% in support of sending a letter to the Chancellor, since we did the research and found out that this was a very needed area. And so I'm in 100% support.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on, is there anything you want to change about this, or any other concerns about sending a letter? Yeah. Senator Don Darrell.
I just have a clarification question. What does it mean when it says college missions and it says aligning service zones? What are service zones?
Okay, right. We're not on that item yet, so hold that thought. We're just on the first one.
Okay. I thought you wanted all questions. Sorry.
So, no, not yet. No, what we're going to do is we have to do each one. We could have a discussion and then do a blanket thing on the letter, or we can do each one individually. But she's going to read them. Yeah, she'll read each one, and we could wait till we get to and then just do a thing to approve all of them if we want. But let's do this one first, and then we'll go from there. So, other discussion on this specific one, Section A1, workforce development. So, okay. So I'm assuming that everybody's okay with it. Otherwise, they would be saying they have issues, right? Okay, so let's, I think, let's try this. We'll just go through each one, and then we'll just do one blanket one at the end, so we don't have to vote on each one individually, unless there are ones that we have issues with, and then we'll pull those. So let's go then let's move to the next one, item A2, college missions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A2 is to send a letter to the NC Chancellor urging NC to clarify the missions of 2- and 4-year colleges, including, but not limited to, aligning service zones to reflect Nevada's economic geography, elevating Great Basin College to a full 4-year status, and deterring mission creep. Mr. Chair.
So this was something that, as you see there, was recommended by David Demore when he did his presentation. We had a question from Senator Don Darrell Loop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just questioning on this particular item, what service zones, what do they mean when they say service zones?
So,
it says to reflect Nevada's economic geography, elevating Great Basin to a full 4-year status, but what's a service zone? Is it where they're located? Is it the service what is that? I guess I'm not clear on what that means.
Okay, staff, I'm going to leave that. Who's going to answer that? So we have Mr. Killian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So looking back at Mr. Demore's presentation, it looks like slide number 10 on his presentation discusses this issue, and there are a couple slides before it that touch on it as well. But it seems like the point that he was getting at was that there are particular economically important areas in the state that have ties and can be separated into different zones. And the idea seemed to be that each community college in the state should be focusing on providing services to one of those particular economic zones. So kind of realigning the service areas from, instead of serving necessarily just the neighborhoods around them, to serving the economic zones that they are located in. I don't believe Mr. Demore is here to explain further, but that's my understanding of the slides that he presented.
Does that help?
Unfortunately not. Because as you read on, it says elevating Great Basin College to a full four-year status, and deterring mission creep. I just don't feel like, I just personally don't feel like it's real clear, and maybe I'm the only one that feels this way, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's real clear, and it's not, I understand reaching out, but my concern would be, I don't know, like in Washoe County and Las Vegas, both, Clark County, we have many 2 and 4-year college opportunities. And so how would you keep that, how would you do that economic geography? You know, where you have Great Basin, there isn't a slew of neighboring universities or colleges, where in Clark County, and I mean, we've got TMCC a stone's throw from UNR. We have, you know, Community College of Southern Nevada and Nevada State College, which is on the docket to be Nevada State University, and a stone's throw from UNLV. So how are you going to align that?
So the way I understand that what this letter would do is basically say, to clarify what is the mission of those particular institutions. So if you've got several, like in Clark County, that Clark County is part of that service zone that has certain economic things that are going on. So their institutions, the mission would include that. Whereas, you know, the mission, like you mentioned, Great Basin, Great Basins might be specifically to whatever that economic driver. So let's say it's mining. If that their mission would include providing more jobs in that mining sector. Whereas in Southern Nevada, we might have several things that we're working on, which would include like healthcare, maybe gaming, or, you know, those kinds of things. So I think that's what he was talking about when he was talking about this, that just to clarify whose mission, you know, so you wouldn't have, for example, Southern Nevada necessarily doing a bunch of things on mining when most of that economic stuff is happening in the northern part of the state.
And I appreciate the fact that, like Western Nevada College or Great Basin or what have you might do mining, but I don't think we should. My concern is that if I'm in Elko and I'm going to Great Basin, I may want to be a healthcare provider, and they also need healthcare providers there. Or I may be in Las Vegas, and I may want to go into mining. So I don't want to distinguish too tightly and then end up with students not being able to achieve what they need to achieve in that specific spot.
So the way I would look at it is that the institutions would have input into what they, you know, like, because I agree with you, you know, healthcare is needed everywhere in the rural areas as well. So I would think that would be part of their need for that area. But I think if I remember right, when Dr. DeMore was speaking, is that he was just basically saying that it's just unclear now what the mission of the institutions are, and are they doing some things that really aren't to the benefit of the economic area, and so.
So I'll stop after this. That's my point. Is just because Great Basin has mining right there doesn't mean they don't need health care, or doesn't mean they don't need teachers or what have you. And is there nobody here from the university on either end?
I don't know if we have anybody from. So we do have, I don't know if he's still there, but down in Las Vegas, we have the chancellor. I don't know if he wants to come up and maybe speak to that. Even though this wasn't necessarily something that came from Menchie, this would be something that we would be sending them. Can Ms. Rudy, and is Chancellor, does he happen to still be there?
Yes, Chair Dennis, he's actually at the table. Thank you.
Okay. So why don't we go to the Chancellor? Oh, there you go. Okay. Hey, good afternoon. You've kind of been hearing this discussion. What's your thoughts on this? I mean, obviously, we're talking about sending you a letter. But it is an important discussion, and I think that...
Apologies, Mr. Urquiaga, that I am your nemesis, but I'm just trying to clarify this, sir.
That was Senator Don
Mr. Chair, through you to the Senator and to the members of the committee, for the record, I'm Dale Urquiaga. I'm the acting chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. I appreciate the question, Senator Donderloop, and I understand your confusion. And let me begin by saying I would be happy to receive a letter from this committee. So nothing that I say after that should be construed in any other way. I think what is at issue here are a couple of things, probably a couple of things at issue. There was a time in the not too distant past when the Nevada System of Higher Education had sort of attendance zones, for lack of a better term, where institutions primarily served certain population areas. The Regents changed that some years ago, so those lines no longer exist. Sometimes I hear folks say they wish those lines were still clearer, that students who are here ought not go there, and vice versa. We believe that all the institutions in the Nevada System of Higher Education serve the entire state. And to your point, students ought choose where they wish to go, and we ought do our best to provide commensurate programs and degrees for their choice. The specific report, and I cannot speak for the professor from UNLV, but I have read the report, I think that is at issue, talks about 3 economic zones in the state, and that those zones do have certain industries or business types that are principally the work of those geographic zones. And so I think what this is getting about is some of the question you were talking to about alignment, that if our institutions serve in one of those economic zones, we ought prioritize programs that serve that proportion of the economy. I would represent to you that's a perfectly acceptable request of the system, and that we would still ensure that we are meeting all the needs of the community, even though in perhaps rural Nevada, where, as you know, Senator and Mr. Chairman, where I was born, we might not have a particular economic business that leads the way there, but we might aspire to participate in it as a young person. And so I think it would be our job, if this letter were to be sent to us, to sort of balance both the needs of the community and the clear needs of the state's growing economy as it continues to diversify. So I'm happy to receive the letter. I think we could work through the details of the letter without any adverse circumstances. And I appreciate the suggester's intent about mission clarity. We have renamed institutions. As you've noted, there is an institution proposing a name change next week. And so those things should cause us all to think about the distinct mission. We have R1 universities today, which is not something we had in my day. So I think the letter is well intended, and we would be, I think, both able and pleased to comply. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Senator Dondarrow, does that help?
Thank you very much, Chancellor, and I will not poke the bear. I just wanted some clarification, and I just wanted to make sure that we had students who wanted to learn about fire safety that could go to TMCC and could also go to Great Basin and could also go to community or College of Southern Nevada. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't specifying the lines so strict that we couldn't cross over, because in this state, we need and want and encourage all students to do the best they can.
Yes, Samumi Miller. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I'm still conflicted along the same reasons my colleague was. Again, it seems that we really need to mature in Nevada when it comes to especially our higher ed, and working in silos is not the way to do it. I've never heard of, states talking about this college serves these kids and this is for this area. It needs to be that we are one state and we're going to serve all of our students. And we also want to make sure that, and there are two different missions between a 4-year college, a university, and a 2-year college, community college. And we can't leave, it's not just about filling jobs. There is also an academic and a research component as well. And 2-year colleges generally already have that flexibility to respond to those economic and workforce needs. So I want to make sure that we're not stifling any of this. But I do have a question because there's a term in here that I'm concerned about too. What is mission creep?
Do we want, do we have staff that can, I mean, I could give the quick version. Mission creep, I would think would be where you have one institution, that's focusing on, like, for example, mining. You got UNR that's doing mining, and then all of a sudden UNLV decides they want to do mining.
So is that a negative thing? I mean, what's that? And I know that we're just talking about a letter, and I'm going to pull myself back because I know often in work sessions we forget we're just talking about letters and possible drafts. We're not voting. We're not setting policy and laws. But just for the intention, we're in a state where we only have one law school. We only have, we're now getting other medical schools and stuff, and that's not what really produces a thriving economy or state. So if we had 2 universities offering, mining, what's wrong with that? Why are we competing amongst each other? And I guess this is not a new argument in Nevada, but I just, so.
And I think if I remember, Dr. DeMore's presentation was all that because of limited funding, that sometimes you have to focus your, some things in certain areas. Not that you want to limit anybody from doing anything. And as I think we've already had this discussion, I don't think this is not saying that we would only want, this institution to do these things, but that their mission would include an emphasis on that particular thing. Would they happen to be an economic driver in that area? I think that's what. But I agree with you. What we're talking about here is a letter. We don't even have to do it. So anyway, so that's that. I think we have something from Assemblywoman Bill Ray Axelrod.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I'm losing my mind right now because I was so excited about this presentation and I was trying to find it and I couldn't connect fast enough. But I when he was making the presentation, it was so clear, and I think we're sort of missing the bigger picture. The idea was in slide number 6 that I know that Asher just sent us around his presentation, and it really does talk about those metropolitan areas instead of us thinking of north and south, which is what we have done for years and years and years, basically since Nevada was created, was this north and south. And if you look at this, it's just so striking to me that you look and you see that where we are in Carson City is further west than Los Angeles. And so their area really is that Sierra Pacific metropolitan cluster. And so they're sort of talking about the economy and what's happening in that area. And it makes sense that you would be focused on the things that affect that area of the economy, as opposed to then Elko, and then it goes over to Salt Lake City, and then all the way over to Colorado is the mountain cluster. So having the similar education and what they're doing in the economy and what drives the economy, and then that Southwest Triangle metropolitan cluster, which it goes all the way up basically from Fresno to the west down to San Diego and then beyond Phoenix. So I was, like I said, I was so excited when he was talking about this, and I think we're sort of getting into the weeds. Well, if you want to learn about mining, you could be able to learn about mining. You're never going to learn about mining in Las Vegas the way you're going to learn about mining in Elko. That's why we go on those tours. So that was the idea, but I don't think we need to, and thank you, Interim Chancellor. But I was just so passionate about this, so I'm glad we were able to, and I don't know if we could include this picture in our record, but I think this is an important factor. Thanks.
I think all these reports are part of the record of all of our meetings, so definitely. So the question is, do we want to send a letter?
Yes.
I don't hear anybody saying no. So we're going to move to the next one. Hopefully I want us to have robust discussion, but I want to make sure we also get done on time today. So let's go to the next one, which is Workforce Development Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A3 is to send a letter to the governor, the Senate Committee on Finance, and the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means of the 2023 legislative session, encouraging the creation of a workforce development fund that requires matching contributions from industrial partners that are aligned with regional economic development priorities. Furthermore, encourage the governor, Senate Finance, and Assembly Ways and Means to grant the Governor's Office of Economic Development the authority to carry forward unspent workforce dollars. Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this is an ongoing discussion as part of that same discussion that we had with Dr. DeMore. Questions? Is this something we were willing to send a letter supporting? Okay. Anybody not want to? Okay, so let's go on to the next one. Number 4, behavioral health personnel workforce pipeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A4 is to send a letter to the governor, Senate Finance, and Assembly Ways and Means of the 2023 session, encouraging increased funding for higher education training programs and expanding the pipeline development for school-based behavioral health personnel. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So this one was recommended by Jessica Sheeran, president of the Nevada Association of School Psychologists. You know, we had several presentations on the importance of that. And, you know, we can, a lot of times we talk about, yeah, we need to do this, right? But we don't have the workforce. And so this is one of those things that's encouraging that workforce. So any questions? Yes, Councilwoman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Actually, just a comment. I'm supportive of sending the letter, but you know we're encouraging increased funding for higher education training programs to expand this pipeline. As I recall the discussion, and I'm kind of personally familiar with this, having a daughter who did a master's in psychology. I don't know that we fully got the answer. I don't know necessarily it's a funding issue as much as it's a getting people into the program. It's a very heavy lift, the clinical hours required. So I'm almost wondering if, I support sending the letter, but just for our thought processes, sometimes it's a matter of what are the requirements, maybe that needs to be examined. Are we making this so onerous that people are deterred from these programs, therefore limiting how many professionals we have in school psychologists or just in mental health professionals in general. So I just question, is it a funding problem or is it a very heavy, onerous program at the university level that does deter? And do we re-examine what those requirements are and hopefully it wouldn't give us a less quality product? I think those are conversations that need to be looked at as far as the coursework. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't limit to that part of it either. This is just looking at the one. I mean, when they have come and talked to us before, they've talked about that funding is one of those issues so that they can offer more scholarships and things to entice people to do that. But I would hope with all the work that we've been doing over the last few years, that also if there's other roadblocks, that we be figuring out ways to get rid of those roadblocks. Yes, Councilwoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. And along with my colleague, one of the another roadblock, and this will be consistent for everything in higher ed and K through 12, any pipeline issue that we discuss without talking about increased salary, because the amount of money that a psychologist can make outside of the school, the amount of money that a nurse can make outside of the school, and again, that teachers compared to other professions where often teachers have actually more degrees and more education. So again, if we're not talking about working conditions and increased salary, all of that needs to be included in all of this that we're talking about. So it's not just having the funding, it's not just the curriculum or the program that the students are going through. The question starts at why don't we have more people trying to enter those programs? Because they're not trying to enter those professions because they see those the financial and the working condition burdens in the challenges. I'd also like to add one more minor thing that we may want to consider is that often in our schools, we know we've hired a lot of social workers and things, but often they're contractual. So again, professionals are going to look for full-time employment with benefits as opposed to just a year-to-year contract that doesn't provide those benefits.
Okay, other discussion? Okay, sounds like we support this. And there's some additional things, although I don't know, that might be a letter to somebody else as far as on the contractual and the, right, because that would, yeah. But as far as this particular letter, I think that, that's probably appropriate. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Unless there's further discussion or anybody not want to pull that one off. Okay. Number 5, workforce incentive grants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A5 on page 3 of the packet is to include a statement in the committee's final report indicating its support for the Workforce Incentive Grant Pilot Program, a need-based program attracting students to participate in critical workforce programs, including teaching programs and other occupations, or send a letter to the NC Chancellor requesting a presentation to the 2023-2024 Committee on Education regarding its report on the WIG program, including various key metrics. Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this one's got some options. You can either do a statement to just include in the final report and or also a letter to the Chancellor on this issue. Any thoughts on which way you would want to go, or don't send a letter, or don't include it in the report? Assemblyman Bill Bray Axelrod.
I would be in favor of both, A
Okay.
and B.
Anybody not agree with that? Okay, let's move on to the next one, and we'll do A and B. Number 6, Hispanic minority serving institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A6 is to include a statement in the committee's final report indicating its support for the continuous development and success of Nevada's Hispanic serving institutions and minority serving institutions, and to continue to improve student success initiatives and partnerships in these areas. Mr. Chair.
Any thoughts there? I think it's a great thing. I think we're doing much better than we were several years ago, but I think we need to continue that. Okay, not hearing anything else. Number 7, career and technical education, dual credit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A7 is to include a statement in the committee's final report indicating its support for the CTE dual credit pilot program for underserved and low-income students interested in pursuing a career in a high-demand industry. Mr. Chair.
Okay, this one would be a statement in our final report. Everybody agree with that? Okay, let's go on to number 8. Name and image issues related to junior colleges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A8 is to send a letter to the NC Chancellor urging it to conduct a study concerning NIL policies and challenges specific to junior colleges. Specifically, this study should investigate NIL issues relating, but not limited to, resources and personnel at junior colleges and funding and opportunities for NIL deals for junior college student athletes. If such a study is conducted, NC may submit a report of the results of the study, including any recommendations for legislation, to the Committee on Education on or before June 30th, 2024. Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this one was, we had a committee that actually looked at these issues, and this is one of the things that they thought was that maybe didn't get looked at as much, because we kind of tend to focus on the 4 years. She's got the big like sports programs and things, but we okay with that? Okay, let's go to number 9. It was just also a name, image, and likeness, Nevada's gaming industry. This one was also from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation A9 is to send a letter to the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission urging the board or commission to conduct a study concerning NIL implications for the gaming industry in Nevada. Specifically, this study may investigate what, if any, possibilities exist for NIL deals between student athletes and the gaming industry. The study may also investigate the possibility of deals with student athletes as brand agents, among other deals, and the implications of such deals. If such a study is conducted, the board or commission may submit a report of the results of the study, including any recommendations for legislation, to the Committee on Education on or before June 30th, 2024. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. This is probably one of the few times you'll ever see this committee sending a letter to the Gaming Commission. I don't know that we've ever done that, but it's an interesting issue that, we haven't had to deal with this before because this is a whole new issue that's, and there's federal stuff coming out, also federal legislation and regulations that they're talking about. So everybody okay with this one? Okay. So with that, I'm going to ask Madam Vice Chair if she would give us a motion to approve all of these.
Thank you, Chair. I would make a motion to approve all of these relating to higher education letters.
Which would include all A1 through 9.
A1 through
9.
Okay.
A second from Senator Dondera Loop. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. Okay, we'll have those letters go. Okay, now we're going to move to page 4, relating to safety and well-being. As you remember, we talked about a lot of different things when it comes to education, and one of those had to do with safety and well-being. We have here on page 4, 5, and 6, 19 different, or number 10 through 19 that talks about each one different. So is there any of these specifically, or specifically that you would like to, maybe it'd be easier to say, is there any of these you don't want to, that you don't think we need to support or send a letter or whatever? It's. And actually, let me go through them real quick. First one is 10, social emotional learning, mental health supports. Number 11 was school psychologists. We kind of had a discussion about that already. 12, chronic absenteeism truancy. Number 13, mental health wellness curriculum. Oh, and that's it, sorry. I was thinking it went further, but this one only has those 4 items there. So any of these that we don't want to consider? Okay, let's go to the question. Senator, I'm sorry, Assemblyman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, because the questions will help the decision. So I just want to, are we going to go through it, read each letter? Are we still going to go through that process, read the definition of each letter? Because I just have 2 brief questions about 2 of the different letters.
If we will, if we don't pull it to say
Okay.
we don't want to discuss it,
Then I'll wait. I'm not pulling. I have questions.
we'll go through. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll go through. So if there's any of these that you don't think we need to, then we'll. Okay, because I mean there might be some that we just don't want to consider at some point. But if so with that, then let's just go to 10B, social emotional learning and mental health supports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff for the record. Recommendation B10 on page 4 of the packet is to include a statement in the committee's final report supporting capacity building, outreach, and awareness of social emotional supports and expanding mental health services in schools, especially school behavioral health staff. Mr. Chair.
So So that came from the NDE. Everyone agree that we need to do that? It's in that letter. Okay. I'm not hearing anybody saying no, so let's move to B11, school psychologists.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation B11 is to include a statement in the final report encouraging the expansion of additional graduate training programs in school psychology to support the expansion of the number of school psychology training programs and the number of licensed and trained school psychologists in Nevada. Furthermore, the committee supports the expansion of evidence-based mental health and wellness programs, including programs relating to the prevention of mental health crises. Mr. Chair.
Questions? This one? We're okay with sending that letter? Okay. Let's go to the next one, which is on chronic absenteeism truancy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation B12 is to send a letter to the superintendent of each school district and the State Public Charter School Authority, encouraging the entities to continue looking at ways to address chronic absenteeism of pupils in Nevada's public schools, including charter schools. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Assemblyman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I do have a question on this. When it comes to the truancy, I mean, first of all, at least in the public schools, the families are being notified of truancy. I mean, literally, people go to their school, go to their homes. We have truant officers that go, so it's not that families aren't notified of chronically absent pupils. But my question is, it says working with a local chamber of commerce to solicit support from employers. So that could go a few different ways. Could you tell me which direction and how it would be specified? Are we looking for businesses to help support families? Like, you know, often students, you know, when the same student's 20 minutes late to school every single day, that's because that's the time they're getting dropped off at school, or they're an hour late every single day. So are we looking at asking business to accommodate work schedules so that parents can get the kids to school, or are we looking at this as a punitive means? Well, if someone could explain how the Chamber of Commerce would be involved in.
So just keep in mind that this is just an example of something that they're saying that this is an example of something that could be, that they could do, as opposed to, because the letter itself would be just ways to address chronic absenteeism, but then it gives an example, because I think that's what they gave when they give the presentation. So we do, I think this came from the Association of School Superintendents. And is that, Ms. Brzezinski, is that something that you brought? You kind of heard what the question was. Is that something you can answer?
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. Mary Brzezinski, I represent NAS, or Nevada Association of School Superintendents. I think your understanding is the same. This was an example of what might work in some communities, and it wasn't necessarily a statement that every district had to work with their Chamber of Commerce, because it's different in every district with a chronically absent. So I think that would be one of the things that could happen, but not necessarily every district had to pursue that.
Yeah, Assemblyman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Thank you for being at the table so I can ask this question. My understanding or my interpretation of maybe the mention of Chamber of Commerce would be maybe there's some incentive programs that businesses would offer to students if they attend school. If they are there a certain percentage, they could get a free pizza, or they could, that was what my take was on it, but please correct me.
Again, Senator Mary Przinsky here representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents. I do believe that that was part of the discussion as well, that businesses could be more involved in getting students to come to school, and that is happening in some of the communities. So Chamber of Commerce was part of the absentee issue is important to Chamber of Commerce, and so depending on what the community is, Chamber of Commerce is something that people should be looking at and schools should be looking at, either as an incentive or it may take a different route if there are certain businesses that are creating some problems, maybe kids working too many hours, that sort of thing, that would need to be addressed. It's going to vary from district to district. Thank you.
Actually, I could think of some other. I remember a high school in Vegas. I think it was Clark High School. They actually worked with the businesses around the neighborhood where kids were hanging out instead of being in class. And the businesses helped them to try to get those kids into class. So I think there's a lot of different things that could be done there in that respect. Other questions on this one? All right. So let's move on. So let's move on to the next one, number 13, mental health wellness curriculum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdov. Recommendation B13 on page 5 of the packet is to include a statement in the final report supporting a proposed mental health wellness K-12 curriculum. Mr. Chair.
So this one is included in the final report. So it would be some type of encourage some kind of curriculum that could be developed on this issue. And this was, remember, this was Robert Barshall, who was a high school student that came and spoke to us. Yeah. Senator Don Darrell Dupe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since we have somebody from Department of Ed from this area, could we just have some clarification as to if we have any of this in place?
Yeah. I'll also note that, I mean, if we do need the department is actually online also if we need them at some point in all of this. So, yeah, but if there is somebody here, definitely love to have you come forward.
Good afternoon, Christy McGill for the record. And there is mental health curriculums put forth by both our federal agencies, SAMHSA, and the Mental Health Transfer Technology Center that could be available for districts. And then also we could work closely with our standards curriculum. There are mental health standards embedded into the health standards right now that we could ferret out if you so wish.
Great, thank you. Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I was just wondering, is this a curriculum that would go into every student's curriculum, or would it be more a need-based curriculum?
I think in the presentation that was given to us, could be wrong, but I was thinking that this was something similar to what we've done, like with the financial, where every student would have some kind of curriculum when it comes to coping skills and recognizing unhealthy ones and those kind of things. I'm not positive, but I think that that's what he was suggesting. And of course, this would be this is just a statement that we would be putting in our final report. Encouraging that that perhaps that's something we might want to do in the future. I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Women Hardy.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Could you maybe in the statement include maybe some of what Ms. McGill said, that if it's something that already exists, that it doesn't have to be something like totally new, but if it's already available, it could be included?
Yeah, so I think
Will that cover
and I think, yeah, I think
what
we
she
can,
said?
I think that we can definitely craft that into whatever the letter. And I would say that the statement that would go in, would talk about supporting proposed mental health wellness curriculum. Doesn't necessarily mean we have to create new curriculum, but that could, that curriculum, some type of curriculum that could be taught to students that would help them in this issue of learning to healthy ways to cope with, with issues. Other questions? Okay. Madam Vice Chair, you want to do a motion?
Yes, I will make the motion that we recommend, let me get this right. Section B relating to health and safety, all things 10, 11, 12, and 13.
We have a motion from Assemblyman Bill Axelrod, second from Senator Rondero Loop, and that would include either statement in our final report, I think, or a letter. I think most of these were statements,
One was in our, yeah.
but yes. Okay, further discussion on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries. Okay, now we're going to go to Section C relating to pupils. This has page 5 and 6. There are items. The first one is education supports for K-12 pupils in the Hispanic community. We have early education funding and accessibility. We have wraparound service funding recommendations. We have wraparound services for apprenticeship programs. We have monitoring data. We have assistive technology for visually impaired. Any of those that you don't want to consider? Or at least you want to at least have a discussion about it? So, okay. Then let's go to 14, education supports for K-12 support in the Hispanic community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation C14 on page 5 of the packet is to include a statement in the committee's final report supporting the following actions to help reduce achievement gaps in K-12 for pupils in the Hispanic community. Recruit and retain diverse teachers, improve food security, provide additional resources to close the remote learning gap, support family-friendly immigration policies, and promote fair scheduling. Mr. Chair.
Okay, discussion. Yeah, Assemblyman Miller, and then I think Assemblyman Hanson. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I have questions on support family-friendly immigration policies. I mean, obviously, those are federal, and the schools now don't participate in any immigration issues right now. So I would like some clarification on that. And what I mean by that is, schools are not reporting students and families and such. But it is a challenge because we also have families who don't fill out free and reduced lunch forms or FAFSA forms because they are concerned about immigration. And of course, so that's a concern. So if we could have clarification on that, and also what promote fair scheduling is.
Okay, I'll talk first on item D, support family-friendly immigration policy. Remember, this is including a statement in our final report, so for the legislature, and many times we can influence our federal counterparts when they're working on immigration. So really, this is just saying a statement that we think that there needs to be more family-friendly immigration policies as they work on them and be able to support those kinds of things. So that's, I think, what she was saying there. As far as the promote fair scheduling, I don't remember that. Staff, do we have? Okay, so we're looking at that. Well, while they're looking for that, let's go to Assemblyman Hanson, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Chair. And my colleague, Assemblywoman Miller, covered a couple of the ones. Did you say we're going to come back to fair scheduling? We're going to
Yeah,
get an
that's the
answer
one
on
we're
that?
going to come back to.
The improving food security, absolutely. I have a sister-in-law that teaches in Clark County, and we've talked about this. Kids come to school hungry, but I was curious because I'm kind of out of the loop on all the food services. I know some schools do provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Am I wrong on that? So is this food security at the school or food security in their neighborhoods?
I think they probably got to look that one up too. Or do we know? We'll let them keep looking for just a second. Did you have a follow-up? Okay, those two, okay. Any other questions while they're looking? Yeah, Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I was just wondering why our Black community was not involved in or included in this, our poor white community. It seems to me that when you go to visit schools in areas of need, they need all of the above.
So keep in mind that this was from a presentation from Dr. Magdalena Martinez, and I believe she was talking specifically on needs in the Hispanic community. So that's the only reason that these are specifically there. That doesn't mean we can't add those, but that's why. Yeah, go ahead, Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Just a quick follow-up. Yes, because 1 in 10 Black males are not proficient. I mean, and so I think that we should add to this as opposed to just isolating one community.
Yeah, we could. Do we have an answer on some of those? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. According to the minutes from that February meeting, the presenter was speaking about the Brookings Institute report and mentioned the when she said promoting fair scheduling, she said particularly that it was referenced in the report, the ambiguity and sometimes the inconsistent scheduling of many of the hospitality workers. So I don't know if that helps clarify, and I think Mr. Killian can continue.
And then I think there was a question on the food security.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So I had pulled up that Brookings Institute report, which was on improving K-12 education for Hispanic students, and I think that's why these recommendations focused only on Hispanic students, was because this report was targeted just on the Hispanic community. But that finding about improving food security in the report found that there are potentially gaps in the summer for kids having access to meals, and recommended things like electronic benefit payments to purchase meals over the summer when schools aren't providing food. But generally, the concept was making sure that there was food provided for students year-round, regardless of whether it was the time school was in session or not, as one of the factors that can help improve K-12 education for Hispanic students.
Okay. Yes, Solomon Hanson.
And thank you for the clarity on those two in particular. Some of the discussion is leading me to wonder if we are being too narrow in the focus of the community. And for a lot of my concern over this interim and just serving on education in the regular sessions, there's a gap, period. There's a learning gap across the board in the state, and I quote it almost every meeting. So I'm wondering if we almost kind of redo this in a different manner, that we are going to talk about achievement gaps for students K through 12. I've cited before that, we have students, whether it be in Elko or in Sparks, and some of my districts where, the graduation rate is up like 91, 92 percentile is where it is, but in high school, but then the math achievement is 26%. So there is an achievement gap, and that's something I haven't seen reflected in this, that we have a study or we address it with a letter, and maybe this is the place. Instead of being so specific with just, and believe me, I'm sensitive to the Hispanic community's needs, but I think it's just almost bringing to mind that we have across the board achievement gaps, period, in the state academically. Granted, other communities have food insecurity, some of these other issues that they're dealing with, but I would maybe propose if there's a way for us to, instead of giving a bullet point of items, we just address achievement gaps for K through 12 pupils in Nevada, and that we're looking for some study or further information on why is there a 91% graduation rate in some of our high schools, different parts of the state, whether it be urban or rural, and yet math proficiency is 26%, or reading is 37%. That's an achievement gap that is really a crisis point across the board in all communities. So sorry for that.
So that could be something, though, that we could include. Do we have any other items later on that address that? I don't remember specifically. I will address. Let me address the Hispanic one. That was a specific report because there's a specific need in that community, and when we tend to just jumble everything all into one thing, then we miss the point of providing those specific helps for that, and with the Hispanic community, it happens to be, many of our classrooms could be up to 90% of the students in that class. And so I think that's why there was that specific report done for that. But I don't disagree that we need to look at the achievement gap. So, Councilwoman Miller.
Yes, thank you, Chair Dennis. And sensitive to the same questions and concerns of my colleagues when it comes to achievement gaps for all different students, whether it's lower income families, rural communities, all different races and nationalities, we know those are present. And of course, a statistic I love to brag about all the time, every chance I get, is the last report that I had from last school year from CCSD is that CCSD students last year spoke 90 different languages. So we know that diversity is a huge part of our state. Our Hispanic and Latino students, of course, being the largest population. But I did notice, because again, the concern about why are we addressing and not addressing, and as Chair said, this is a specific report for a specific community with specific needs. But I believe if we skip over a little further, and I'm not saying to discuss it, but just to point out where my comfort level is, under Section E, Item 24, where it talks about diverse teaching workforce, there is an acknowledgement there for all students diverse students. Letter C says to create and support professional development for serving a diverse student population, including but not limited to unconscious bias training and culturally relevant pedagogy. So I think that, as Chair was just saying, are we touching this somewhere else? I think we are touching some of that elsewhere. Because again, this would include all of our diverse students, all of our students, English language learning students, all of our, again, not some of the geographic or economic challenges, but at least when we're talking about diversity, I think we have addressed it there as well.
And if somehow we missed it, we can include this as we go. If we see that we're missing something, that's definitely where we could add things. And I think staff were you gonna address whether I can't remember, whether we covered that, the gap in any other section. Okay. well, we see that there definitely is some other areas where we're covering this as we go through. So let's make sure, and what we can do too is just keep a list of some of these things. And when we get to the end, there's nothing that I don't think that keeps us from then adding any additional ones, but as we go through. So I think let's kind of keep I call it a parking lot, but list, but achievement gap. Okay, any other discussion on this specific one on 14? Yeah, go ahead, Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the indulgence. I don't mean to keep revisiting this, but I want us to be able to get it right, that we can all feel comfortable enough. And to the point of my colleague, Assemblywoman Miller, I get that, yeah, we do address the diverse teachers in another section. And I, with D, support family-friendly immigration policies, I too have some concerns about us. I know we send messages to the federal delegation, but I think that one is kind of fraught with some issues. What are we promoting? What are we encouraging? Are we encouraging things that are legal, not legal? I just think that might be a pool we need to stay out of per se, especially if the schools aren't reporting and identifying those kids are, there and being supportive. And also fair scheduling, or do we want to be in the business of telling companies you need to change your work schedules? It seems like the schools are trying to work at that. Some of them, in my mind, are starting too early for kids, but I don't know that I'm comfortable with having D and E. I'm fine with A, B, and C, and even if we needed to take off A because we address it somewhere else, but that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
And what I could say, remember, this is a statement that we would put in our final report. One of the things, I co-chair a bipartisan committee for NCSL on immigration policy. And one of the things that we have to keep in mind is how, the federal government, by them not addressing this issue, are basically pushing it down to the states to take on these costs and all the issues associated with it. So do we as a state, want to make a statement that really needs to be addressed by them because it's impacting us and our budgets and our, so I think that's where something like this could be helpful because it gives us the opportunity to speak to that on how important it is for states because we can't do immigration. That has to be done at the federal level. So I think that's what that's about. The promote fair scheduling, I think that's probably more promoting that the legislature at least make available the information to businesses and others that what they do does impact education. And we've seen, business more and more wanting to get involved in education because that's their workforce. So I think that's where that plays in. But other discussions? Okay. So I'm going to we can come back to that and just, let's go to early education funding and accessibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation C15 is to include a statement in the final report expressing support for increased early education per child funding to implement policy supporting quality early learning opportunities once funding is available. Additionally, the committee supports increasing access for pupils who are 4 years of age to attend the Nevada Ready State Pre-K program and expand the eligibility of the program to pupils who are 3 years of age. Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that was by a recommendation by Tara Raines as the Director of Kids Count Initiative. Discussion, questions? We saw how important this pre-K and early education is, and especially to the most vulnerable ones, if we can help get them skills. So, okay, well, let's go to the next one then, wraparound services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation C16 is to include a statement in the final report expressing support for appropriations or the reinstatement of funding for wraparound services for children and families once funding is available.
Okay, questions on those? Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Kind of along the same lines. The wraparound for apprenticeship program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recommendation C17 on page 6 of the packet is to include a statement in the committee's final report expressing support for the funding and implementation of wraparound services for apprenticeship programs. Mr. Chair.
Questions on this one? Okay, let's go to 18.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation C18 is to send a letter to the Superintendent of Public Instruction at NDE and the SPCSA to encourage the monitoring of data, especially with regard to English language learner students and those who are chronically absent. Mr. Chair.
Questions? Assemblyman Miller.
I just want to clarify, this is asking NDE and the Charter School Authority to pay attention to this data. I guess my real question is I want to make sure the data is not going elsewhere, but that we're asking NDE, which I believe is already monitoring these items. Is this what this letter is asking?
Do we have clarification on that? If I remember the discussion, there was concern that they're monitoring the data, but not specifically for English language learners. And I mean, I think overall they are for all students, but to see if there was some anomaly within the English language learners that was causing kids to be chronically absent that may not exist in the population as a whole. I think that's what that was. Other questions? Yes, Solomon Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, do we have somebody from NDE, did you say, was online? Maybe that, are they monitoring all students and we're worried about the ELL, or?
We do have, if we need the department, they are online. The camera's off, but if they're monitoring, and if they hear us, they'll turn their camera on. So what you're asking for is for us to be able to ask the Department of Ed to see what they are monitoring. Maybe they're not at the moment. Just so that just so you're aware, they're working on a deadline on some budget issues that have to, and so they are monitoring, but at the same time, we didn't want to slow them down so that they can get that budget done. So we might be able to grab them here in a second. Yes, Assemblyman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. And if we don't get the answer right away, it's fine. I just can go with what you said, that it was your understanding that all students are being monitored for a deficiency or chronically absent. We just want to make sure that we're pulling the ELL students.
That's what, yeah.
I was just reading it, that it was ELL students and chronically absent. So I was wrong in my interpretation of the letter. So I have more comfort with what you said, that it would include all students and then watch out for those ELL students.
That was my understanding of it. I mean, it doesn't read that way in this particular, because it's got the word "and," but I think that that's the way I understood it, and that staff seems to be doing that. Yeah, Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I know that on the Nevada School Performance Framework, if you have over 10 ELL students in a subgroup, your school tracks those students. And so that can impact your rating on the STAR system. I'd like to add, I'd like to know SGP rates and then ACT rates as far as for our ELL students. I know that on the Nevada School Performance Framework, you can see the WIDA the WIDA results impact that, as well as the SBAC results, but need more clarity from the Department of Ed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Jonathan Moore, Deputy Superintendent with the Nevada Department of Education.
Oh, hey. I heard you were having technical issues.
Yes, I'm glad that you can hear me now.
Yeah.
So in response to the conversation, yes, chronic absenteeism rates are posted to the Nevada report card. That data is disaggregated along the lines of race and ethnicity. It's also disaggregated along the lines of special populations, so including our students with disabilities, our English learners, and students who experience economic hardships. And so that data is updated on an annual basis. It is data that we use quite frequently in our work in terms of prioritizing resources and supports for our schools and school districts, as well as our educators when it comes to professional learning.
So it sounds like, so are you saying that you're monitoring data with regard to English language learners specifically, since they're part of that special group?
Absolutely. We're monitoring data. Oh, excuse me. My apologies, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Moore for the record. Yes, we monitor data across all of our student populations, including English learners.
And what about the English language learners in respect to chronically absent?
Mr. Chair, this is Jonathan Moore. That is accurate. Yes, that is a part of the data on our report card. That is a data set that we do use when we look at how we leverage various supports for English learners. Jonathan Moore for the record.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions for him while we got him on? Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Dr. Moore, I was wondering, do you actually desegregate ELL students when they take the ACT? So we know how many pass the ACT assessment or their average score in that subgroup?
Jonathan Moore for the record. Yes, per federal requirements, we are required to disaggregate data along the lines of not only race and ethnicity, but also special populations, which would be defined as our migrant students, our students who identify as English learners, our students who need free and reduced price lunch, as well as other populations or students experiencing homelessness. So that data is disaggregated once again along the lines of race and ethnicity, and then also along the lines of special populations. For the ACT, Jonathan Moore for the record.
Is there a forum in which we get a report back on that, or?
Jonathan Moore for the record. So that data is publicly available on the Nevada report card. And then we also have a mechanism by which we share various data sets in public forums, such as the state board meeting, but it would be most readily available on the Nevada report card. That's nevadareportcard.nv.gov.
Okay, other questions? So, yeah, so that was going to be my next comment. It sounds like that the data is actually available, so maybe we don't need to do that one. So I'm going to cross that one off unless somebody feels the need to add something else that they're not monitoring, but it sounds like they have the ability to do that. Thank you, Dr. Moore. All right, let's go to number 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation C19 is to send a letter to the superintendents of each school district and the SPCSA encouraging districts and schools, including charter schools, to support teachers in learning how to use assistive technology to show visually impaired students how to use the internet and other resources in order to better navigate the system in post-secondary education or the workforce. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions on this one? I think that one's a good one. So, okay. All right. So we need a motion, although let me go back to 14 real quick, because I know Assemblywoman Hanson talked about a couple issues that they had on those. Did we, I mean, do you still have those same issues? I don't, because if you do and don't want to vote for that one, we could probably pull that one separate and do the rest of them all together and then do that one. Or if you're comfortable with the explanation of what it was, and we can just do them all together.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I can go ahead and, no, I don't want to have to pull it separately. I guess just being on the record that I certainly support that we do what we can for the achievement gap for Hispanic communities. And if these have been identified as some areas of help, but putting on the record, I have concerns with D&E in particular, that we're taking on federal stuff that could get us, again, I already expressed it, and then getting into telling businesses perhaps how they would schedule their employees. So with reservation, I support it. I support the intent. So I'm on board. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to get my concerns on the record.
All right, thank you. Okay, then I'll take a motion from Assemblyman Bilbray Axelrod.
Okay, so I will make the motion for C. We are going to do 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19, and not 18,
Right.
correct?
Right. And second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. Further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right, let's go to relating to connectivity and operations. Why don't we, rather than ask if we're going to just, let's see, we have 2 on this one. Let's just go through those. So staff will just go through 20. Right, 20. I'm sorry, yeah. I'm looking at the wrong page. Yeah, so if you'll just, let's just do these and then we'll, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation D20 is to send a letter to Nevada's congressional delegation encouraging additional funding support for broadband programs to support students learning remotely, and/or include a statement in the committee's final report encouraging the Governor's Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology, NDE, the school districts, and the SPCSA to collaborate with private partnerships to continue to develop, maintain, and enhance internet and device capabilities for students learning remotely. Mr. Chair.
Any questions or, I mean, I think we all know the need for this, and this is sending a letter to our congressional delegation and then our final report. Yep. Okay, let's go to the next one. 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Drozdoff. Recommendation D21 is to send a letter to the superintendent of each school district and the SPCSA requesting that districts and schools, including charter schools, support cultural expressions in decorating graduation caps and other adornments for graduating pupils who wish to do so. Mr. Chair.
All right, we heard actually as part of our public comment, and we got some also email on this issue. Is everyone okay with this? The other thing that we might, in addition, do is include this as a possible BDR when we get to the BDRs at the end. Assemblyman Miller.
Thank you. And those today we just heard a few voices compared to what we have heard. Even a BDR, let's remember, we're discussing sending a letter or a possible bill draft request to support a student's First Amendment right for self-expression in a celebratory event. So I just don't want us to lose the seriousness of this. This isn't a dress code issue. I want to make sure that we support our students at different cultures, different races, different religions, different groups, celebrate in different ways and have different adornments and such. And religious groups as well. And I want to make sure that we're supporting those rights.
I think I agree with that. Questions? Selmuman Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support this letter. I would be a little hesitant about a BDR per se, just because I think we try to be careful about stepping into school districts. I would highly recommend, and the letter be strongly worded, that we support, these cultural expressions specifically. And I think using that word cultural expression is really important to be in the language, whether it be a BDR or not. Yeah, I am supportive of this. Thank you.
And at this point, we're not talking BDR. We're going to put it on the list and bring it back. However, your statement that you said you don't think that we step into the school district, I think the school districts probably disagree with you. I think we do that a lot. Okay. Any other questions on this one? All right, let's go to the next one, 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recommendation D22 is to send a letter to the Superintendent of Public Instruction at NDE and the Superintendent of each school district supporting work concerning competency-based education. This letter would encourage these entities to continue to build capacity for change in its work in schools, empower student learning by ensuring that each learner has the supports and opportunities they need to succeed, cultivate systems change through financial and school improvement structures, and ensure quality in its implementation of these practices. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, and I can speak to this one, because I brought the bill last session, working with the department and the Blue Ribbon Committee that the Department of Ed put together on competency-based education. I think what's being asked here is to send a letter supporting that, especially as we try to implement this, to continue to talk about the importance of competency-based education as we move forward. So that's what this is. Any questions? All right, so let's go to the next one, number 23.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recommendation D23, and sorry, Alex Drozdoff for the record, is to include a statement in the committee's final report stating that the committee heard extensive testimony, discussion, and presentations concerning the composition of the boards of trustees of county school districts in Nevada, and recognizes that while the committee heard various ideas to improve school board governance issues, the topic should be further studied. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So let me give you my thoughts on this. We had 2 additional meetings, had a lot of input, had a lot of excitement in the meeting. What I am suggesting on this one is that we include a statement in our final report, and that we include an appendix that would include the full report of all the suggestions that were given about school board governance. I don't think that we as a committee, there was too many recommendations. I don't know that we would come to an agreement on all the things, but I think it's very important all that work that was done to be included in that report, and that as an index or addendum. Anyone can look at that, and as we go into the next session, people can look at that and use that. So that's my recommendation on this one, is that we just include the statement and that we include the full report as part of an appendix to our full report. Yes, Selmuman Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure everybody's getting tired of me at this point. I have a recommendation. I feel this has been visited. The Speaker brought this bill in 2021. It didn't move, and then it went into the mining bill at the last minute as a study. we did the study or have the report, we had the meetings, and there's just not a consensus. And when we looked at the states, you know, we had Chicago that's moving away from this and going to electing 21 members instead of, you know, appointment of some. And I think they had a board of like 11 or 9. And some of the other states mentioned, Maryland, mainly back east, there weren't that many. I just don't think that the support is there. And I would hate to see us waste more time studying this when I think it's been studied. And perhaps again, let's study graduation rates and proficiency. And I think we could put to bed the idea of right now there's not an appetite for appointing members of the school board. At least that was my interpretation from the meetings and the feedback I've gotten from constituents.
So just so I'm clear, what I was suggesting here is that we included in our final report and include the full report. There was more than just that issue. The one issue was a hybrid board, but there was 20 other, or I can't remember how many. There was a lot of other suggestions in there. Some of them were really, I think all of them were ones that merit discussion and could come up as bills in the session. That some have not even been talked about. I don't think any of the recommendations in there were a study. All of them were some type of specific action that could be taken concerning school board governance. Yeah, Assemblyman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. So when you're saying in here it should be further studied, you're not suggesting we're going to have another study. You're just trying to put forward what was found during this committee of all the suggestions.
Right.
And maybe some of those are further vetted out and come forward as a bill or something like that.
Correct. I mean, there could be some of those issues that have never been dealt with that might need to be studied. But I'm not suggesting here that we do another study on the same thing, because we that's what the purpose of what we just did was. I just want to make sure by keep putting it in our final report that doesn't get buried in just minutes, but that it's a separate report that people could refer to as they want to, because I think this is it's still a very important issue. And there still there's many different aspects to this. One of the issues that came up was whether it should be statewide or should it be by district. And so all of those things I think need to be discussed. I think by putting it in our final report, I think that will help that discussion and actually save time as people decide what they want to do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Okay. Okay, so that's it on those items.
On a motion.
Madam Vice Chair.
So I will make a motion to go forward with D relating to connectivity and operations. We're going to do 20, both A and B, 21, 22, and 23.
Second from Senator Dondero Loop. And further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. Okay, let's go to E relating to educators and other school personnel. We have, let's see, let me look at this. This one is a lot. I think what we'll do here, let's take just a real quick break because we've been going for a while. We need to come back though and really make sure that we move. But it would be helpful if you could also, let's take a 5-minute break, but look through your notes, see if there's any of these that we don't want to do that we can pull out that might save us some time if we need that. But so the next section is section E, and it starts at 24 on page 7. Then we've got 8, page 9, page 10, 11, and to page 12, to the middle of page 12. So it goes through 44. So that was 24 to 44. So there's 20 there to consider. So let's take we'll go till, we're right at 3 o'clock. Let's go till 5 after. We're on recess until 5 after 3. Okay, we are going to come out of recess and go back. We are on page, if I can find the right page, page 7, section E, relating to educators and other school personnel. In order to be a little bit more efficient, I think what I'm going to do is I will just talk about the number and the title. You all have the information before you. So if you have any questions on that issue, I'll just ask if you have any questions. If not, we'll move to the next item. And I'll just assume that if you don't have any questions, that you're okay and we can move forward. So with that, section E is relating to educators and other school personnel. 24 is on a diverse teaching workforce. Do we have questions on this one? Solomon Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point that I'm fine with teacher diversity. Went to a very diverse school myself, middle school and high school, and but with our teacher recruitment issue right now, I just want to be sure that we need teachers. Period. Like if we get, a variety of people apply, that will be a good thing. But at this point in time in Nevada, we're at such a loss. I think we heard 2,000 applicants needed in Clark County. So while it's super important to have diversity, I hope that right now the priorities, that's not really going to play into the factor whether they get hired or not, depending on what their gender is or their race. We just need a qualified teacher in Nevada right now.
So, this would be a statement in our final report, and I don't think there's anybody that's going to turn down any qualified teacher anywhere in this country right now. But I think the statement that we would be making here is, what can we do to encourage more, especially as we saw in some of the presentations that there are individuals that are from these diverse communities that live there and work there that would love to be a teacher, and what can we do to help them become teachers? So I think that's what kind of the statement that we're making here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on. 25 is on salary, which would be a letter to the superintendent. This one is on a letter to the superintendent encouraging districts to increase the educator pay by 20% and provide at least $20 per hour. This is the one that Chris Daly keeps bringing up about 2020. I think most districts are probably already doing this because they need to, but I don't have an issue necessarily encouraging districts to do this. Obviously, I think the big question when it comes to education is the revenue. Where's the revenue coming from to pay for? Because the biggest part of the education is the salaries. But as far as the encouragement of that, I think it's a good start, I guess. Any questions on this one? Yes, Solomon Hanson.
Just some feedback. This is particularly a little bit difficult in the rural districts for some of the counties that just had some of their funds swept over some issues with the legislation from 2021 about when those NPM funds would be not coming back to the counties, and they already had their budgets in place. And now we're asking those superintendents of those counties that have to return $6 and $7 million to now increase their teachers up to 20% when their ending fund balance is almost at 4%, which puts them on a watch list. So this was a little bit of a sting, and I'm not sure sending a letter to the superintendents at this point in time to tell them when they're taking a pretty big hit as we adjust to the pupil-centered funding, I just don't see it as very sensitive, I should say, to the state we're in right now. We support teachers getting paid properly. I think this is a little bit of salt in the wound.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Yes, Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I have run a small district before, and so to get this with no funding attached is a little bit, sometimes it's difficult to be able to maneuver and make it work. I mean, a recommendation, okay, fine, but if I was the superintendent, I would push back and say, well, where's the funds to help with that? So I don't agree with this.
Okay.
Sending a letter to the districts. I mean, in common sense, they should just be doing that if they have the funds to do that anyway, much like they did in Clark County School District.
Yeah, well, I think that's true. I think that if they want to get teachers, I don't think they have much of a choice now. They've got to do something, otherwise they're competing against everyone else. Do we have anywhere in our recommendations to increase funds for education? Right. So we do have another recommendation coming up where we're recommending that education funding continue to be increased, which would help alleviate. I mean, the issue that Simum Hansen brought up is kind of an anomaly because it's a one-time thing when you're starting to kick something off. But as we move forward, this other recommendation is to continue to increase that every year for up to 10 years to get us close to that median where the Commission on School Funding. And so in essence, my mic turned off. In essence, while somebody like me, while we could, suggest that they do this, we're also suggesting in another section that we increase the revenue. So I'm okay. I'm okay if we do this. I mean, because I know that we got another recommendation coming up that I would support that would increase education funding. So, any other thoughts? Okay, well, let's go on to the next one. Class size ratio 26. This one is a letter to the governor, finance and ways and means, encouraging review of costs of class size ratios equaling 20-1. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Sounds like we can move forward on that. 27, instructional framework. Send a letter to the superintendent of public instruction urging the development of an instructional framework to help teachers understand how to teach English while also teaching their content area for ELL pupils. This was from the English Mastery Council. We okay with that? Okay. Professional development, number 28, sending a letter to the governor, finance, ways and means. Consider restoring and increasing funding to the regional professional development programs. We heard earlier from Mr. Hanlon, on this issue. That's something that has been changing, something that does go through that comes through the budget. This would be a letter to them encouraging to increase that funding to help the development of teachers. Any questions on that one? 29, Heroes to Education. This was the one, 2 dedicated HGE for positions would be filled by veterans who have worked in public education who would be tasked with working with participating school districts. This was the one, Georgianne Rice, if you remember, she's working that the Heroes to Education using veterans to help them become teachers and so any questions on this one? 30, recruitment and retention, statement in our final report, encouraging continued development, use of strategies to recruit and retain more teachers locally. And that was a recommendation from the Dean of the School of Liberal Arts and Sciences at Nevada State College. Any questions or concerns there? Let's see, number 30, exit survey, 31, exit survey letter that consider provide to the Governor of Finance and Ways and Means, consider providing funding to NDE to contract with a third party to develop, implement, and analyze results of a statewide exit survey. To teachers when exiting their school, district, or state, regardless of the reason for their. I think that we had a discussion about this, that some districts do some of this, but I think this would be more in depth to really find out why are they leaving. And this would be a letter for recommendation that they consider providing that. Questions? Okay. 31, workforce data portal. Governor Finance Ways and Means, consider investing funding to sustain educator workforce supply and demand portal currently being developed using federal relief funds. So this would be to help them continue to support that. So it's getting set up with using the federal relief funds, but then to provide funding as an ongoing thing. Questions there? 33, working conditions survey. This was also from the TRA task force, considering allocating funding to ND to contract with third party to develop, analyze a statewide working conditions survey. We talked a lot about the working conditions for teachers, and this would do a survey to see, to get a real good feel on that pulse. Questions there?
I do have a question on that.
Yes, Assemblyman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Would this also include staff? Not only teachers, but staff?
Let's see, current employees, well, this one's specifically to understand the teacher workforce, but we could add staff there if we want.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we would be adding staff and including staff there that would be leaving. Although I don't know, that would be interesting because I don't know what the ratio is of how many staff are leaving because of working conditions. So that would be good to know. Any other questions there? Okay, 34, messaging and branding of the profession of teaching. This was sending a letter to the Governor of Finance Ways and Means. Consider allocating funds in districts for frequent public branding message that promotes recruitment and retention of educators via advertisements, social media outlets. So this would be a concerted effort from the state to message and brand profession of teaching. Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Again, you're taking and telling districts what to do, or you're taking some of the money. Where does the money come from? I'd rather it go to the teachers in a raise than go to advertising.
Yeah, and this one, I'm not sure if it's asking districts necessarily, but it's to NDE and districts for frequent public branding. Yeah, so I mean, that would be definitely, would we be providing additional funds for that? And where, like you said, would the funding come out of something else? Assemblyman Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. My concern with this one is funding essentially a kind of a social media marketing campaign or some sort of advertising, wondering if it's placed in the right spot where maybe that's something teachers' unions could facilitate. I'm just thinking, where should the money come from to recruit and use that sort of advertising lure to get teachers here? And so I just have a problem with us putting funds in to help do that per se, when maybe we could enlist the support of perhaps the teachers' unions to help get the word out. Just looking for some different ways of funding it rather than us always taking all that on, all the funds.
Other discussion? Yes. Assemblyman Bill Baxrod.
Thank you, Chair. I thought this was an interesting one, and I I've said this to other people, all you have to do is Google, is CCSD a good place to work? And unfortunately, you don't find a whole lot of positive things, even though I would say that it is a great district, so I just want that. But, unfortunately, when you are marketing and you're trying to get teachers from all over the country, that is part of what the cost of doing business is, kind of doing that marketing strategy. So I think this is an important, albeit, it's not always fun to think that we have to spend money on doing that, but I do think it's important, and I think that's one of the biggest obstacles we have in especially CCSD and getting in teachers, because there's just this negative connotation that you find online, which I don't think is deserved, and so I think this would be an important aspect.
Senator Don Darrell Loop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Flying through airports for the last few months, I mean, first of all, every state has this issue. We're not alone. But almost every airport that I have been in has a billboard, sign, whatever you want to call it, of some sort that says, "Come teach with us." So the school districts are already taking care of this messaging and branding. And I think because I'm a little bit on the fence with this, because I feel like this is more a school district responsibility, if you will, as opposed to a state responsibility. While we license the teachers, I still feel like it might be a school district responsibility. So I'm not opposed to this being in there, but because it's a letter and it's just a recommendation, but we have other entities, I think, along with our Nevada, my brain just went dead, our advertising that goes with Nevada, that we do a lot of these types of things. So I just feel like the Department of Ed has so few people and so many responsibilities.
So let me just suggest something here. Rather than suggest that we increase funds for doing this, we could just include in our final report just a support for all the stuff that they are doing to recruit teachers, and maybe a statement that we think that that's important to positively promote teaching as a profession. Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I'm just wondering how much they are currently spending on that. I know we had a line item and we would go recruit across the nation. So I'm just wondering how much districts are already spending and putting toward marketing and recruiting.
And I don't know that we know what that would be. Do we know? We have fiscal staff here. I don't know if they would. Do you have anything you might be able to share on that? Okay, well, I guess think about that for a second. Sim and Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. My concern is that with us, CCSD is down. I heard the Assemblywoman said 2,000. I've heard 1,500 teachers that were missing. And each 50 states are about on the same, category where we're missing teachers. If we don't advertise, if we, sit back and, give it up to the unions to, recruit, which is not their job, this is, we're still going down that tunnel of lack of teachers. So I think that we should really, really think about this. And, I know it's always a money crunch that we are concerned with, but we're competing with every state in the union right now. And we should look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And staff says that they don't have that for each individual district on what's being spent on advertising.
Chair Dennis?
Yes, Sim Miller.
Could we have someone from the school districts respond?
I don't know if we have anybody from the school districts here. Do we know?
We don't have anyone from the school districts?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we have any. Let me see. Actually, it's empty now down in Vegas, I understand, but we did have some. Yeah, Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I would rather, as opposed to marketing, which I think that they're trying to do, everyone's trying to find teachers, I'd rather that we recommend that they think of innovative ways to help get people into the profession via scholarships for teacher candidates. I mean, I don't see this as the solution to much.
So, and I think we have some of those already. That I think we've already talked about one, and so I think we have some of that already. I'm just wondering if we should. I mean, would it be of benefit for us as a committee to make a statement about the, as it says here, I mean, I guess the profession as a whole, how we appreciate and encourage continued promotion of the teaching profession and that kind of a thing, as opposed to, because they're already doing some of these. I think we either don't do anything or we use this as an opportunity to say we think teachers are important and this is an important profession and we need to continue to talk positively about the profession. Assemblywoman Hanson, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I would, propose that we strike this one because we do cover it. The whole teacher recruitment retention task force is evidence that we support the idea of recruitment. I know this came on behalf of them. And there's other things that we're going to do and look at here that I think really reflect how important we view teacher recruitment and retention. I just, I don't know necessarily that, we need to spend the time with a letter when we've got so many other things that we're doing to show that we want recruitment and retention done. And to my colleague's point that we are seeing some advertising done, so that would be my thought, is to just maybe strike this one since it could be considered redundant.
Okay, Senator Dondarello.
Just a really quick clarification. When I made my comments, I did not say teachers weren't important. Teachers are very, very important, and recruiting teachers is important. Everything we do around education is important. I'm just simply saying that to ask the NDE to do one more thing without additional people and without, and by the way, Eureka County might not need teachers like Clark County, like Nye. Everybody's different in every state and every county. And I just said it's more specific to that. And I just feel like this is an added burden to the NDE, who is already short-staffed. So that has nothing to do with the importance of teachers in our society or in communities.
Thank you. I almost think that we should, at the end of our report, have a statement just about teachers, and especially all the stuff that we've learned about them. And we already knew this, but it was even fortified even more as we've gone through the last 10 meetings, that that teachers are so vital and they do such a great work. And maybe we need to think about putting that at the very end of the thing. I'm okay with moving forward on without this, unless somebody feels really strongly. Okay, let's go to 35, Nevada Aspiring Educators Initiative. This one was to send a letter to the governor and finance Ways and Means to encourage investing in a series of events and supports for aspiring educators, specifically preserving pre-service educators or potential future. So this is kind of what I think Assemblywoman Hanson just brought up, the supporting initiatives that will help teachers and recruit teachers and bring more to the profession, and then those that are already there providing supports to help them become better teachers. I think that's the gist of what it says. Any discussion on that? Okay, move forward. 36, expedited background checks. This in the letter to the governor, finance, ways and means. Consider allocating funding to the department to support the prioritization of background checks for educator licensure. So, questions on that one? I think that's one of the things that we hear, that sometimes it takes so long to get them because they can't get the, and if we could somehow allocate some funding, if that's it, maybe there's some other things that need to happen, maybe funding and or whatever needs to happen to expedite background checks. Senator Don Darrell Loop.
I don't know if somebody's online from the NDE, but I can tell you this summer myself, I checked on several educators who were concerned about their licenses, and almost always it was an educator error. And I don't mean it was just something that got missed, like they ordered their transcripts from a university, the transcripts, they didn't click one box or something and they didn't get sent, and they did that and they immediately got in. So I think that the background checks are a DPS/DMV issue as opposed to an NDE issue. But I could be wrong, and that's why I asked if somebody was online to clarify it, because if we're sending a letter to NDE to do this, and
Actually, this would be a letter to the Department of Public Safety, or a letter to Governor of Finance and Ways and Means to increase funding, allocate funding to the Department of Public Safety.
right, because they do the background
Right.
checks.
As opposed to the department. Does that answer that?
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? We're okay. Okay. Let's go to 37, continuation of state elementary, secondary school emergency relief ESSER and funded initiatives programs. Send a letter to consider investing through an increasing funding education supports initiatives that are currently being funded through ESSER funds. So to include Teach Nevada scholarships, incentivizing pathways to teaching grant programs, consider covering the cost of candidates of assessments, to include practice core and practice content exams, and consider study to determine which ESSER fund projects are having the most impact. So in other words, saying, hey, when we run out of ESSER funds, encouraging governor and the finance ways and means to invest through increased funding to continue to fund those. And also to consider a study to determine which ones are successful and which ones aren't. Questions? Yes, Senator Don Darrell Loop.
I would like to add something to this if it's a possibility.
Oh, yes.
I think that we need to include in there that we want to send a letter to the governor and Finance and Ways and Means to support continuing funding for the Nevada Institute for Teaching and Educator Prep, which is called NITEP. So if we can add that, I would be appreciative.
And did we use ESSER funds for those? Do you know? Do we know? For NITEP, because I agree with this. I just want to make sure we do it right when we get it, when we put it in here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Adam Dross with the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I believe there was a bill that provided one-time funding for NITEP of $300,000 in FY22 for NITEP. General fund appropriation.
Oh, general fund appropriation. Okay, so that they didn't use ESSER funds for this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
It's my understanding that we did not, I don't think we used ESSER funds. That's the reason we're asking, because it had an ending date, am I correct? And so when it ended, we couldn't continue to fund it. So that's why if we send this letter, we would be continuing the funding to do this project.
Right, so for legal, we could put that in here in a way that, because these other ones, I think, did we use some ESSER funds for these other ones? And so we're saying we want to continue that. And then we could add this one for NITEP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian Committee Council. Yes, I think that what NITEP does is practically similar to what some of these other things do. So even though the funding sources are different, I think it would be related to say that, because the point of this item is to consider the legislature providing appropriations for these things that were previously federally funded. And so including NITEP as another item that does a substantively similar thing that also would need additional legislative funding, it would fit with the other items in that way.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Adam Dross with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I just wanted to clarify, misspoke earlier. Senate Bill 460 provided $750,000 in general fund appropriations in both FY22 and FY23 for NITEP. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. From the general, yes. Okay, so we would just include an item here that we would want to be able to continue that, even though it is not ESSER funded, but that we would want general funds. And the rest of this, we're asking for general funds to be used as those funds are expended. Other discussion on that? Okay, let's go to 38. Loans for in-state tuition for teacher prep programs. Sending a letter to Governor of Finance and Ways and Means. Consider providing funding to create and manage zero-interest loans for in-state tuition for teacher prep programs. Nevada would offer a zero-interest loan for 100% of a pre-service teacher's in-state tuition, similar to the Home is Possible for Teachers Home Loan Program. So this would be for education. So one more thing that could be done to encourage teachers. Folks to become teachers. Questions on that? Okay. 39. Home is Possible for Teachers. That's the program that helps provide housing for teachers. Any questions on that? So that one's a letter to the Governor of Finance, Ways and Means to consider providing state general funds to supplement that. Yes, Assemblyman Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm going to make a blanket statement about all of these letters and these ideas. And again, the focus seems to be encourage people to become teachers. What we need to be focusing on is retention of teachers. Because again, all of them, they will come and they will leave. And also when it comes to home programs, which I've called on some and they are quite interesting. Again, I think the focus needs, all of this discussion when it comes to branding, when it comes to recruitment, these are all issues based on working conditions. And so we need to restore the profession to a place that not just people want to become teachers, but that our current teaching workforce wants to stay. And it's a sensitive issue because when we talk about home ownership programs, which I'm not at all saying we shouldn't do or isn't needed, but it's almost like acknowledging and saying that it's okay to pay these professionals less. So I just want us to be aware that while this may be in a more expedient or immediate solution to a grave need, that again, we need to keep moving toward what the ultimate solutions are.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Other discussions on this one? Okay, 40 is a loan forgiveness program to the Governor of Finance, Ways and Means to consider funding outside of the state general fund. To consider providing funding outside of the state general fund to create and manage a student loan forgiveness reimbursement program for teachers after they've taught for 5 years in a public school classroom. So this would be an additional help for ones that didn't do any of the other ones that could be forgiven partially for student loans. Assemblyman Miller.
I would also suggest on this one that it's also included, we did create the student loan ombudsman, and I would say to send a copy to them as well. And I know there's been some challenges with that, so I just want to make sure that they also, I think, should be looped in this as well with this letter.
Except they wouldn't be considering providing funding. So you're just saying in addition that they be like copied on it.
Yes, aware, because again, that's another resource that people can go to for assistance and questions and for the service. So I think they should be looped in on this, be aware of this.
So let me just ask legal, is that something we can somehow tie that in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe so.
Okay. That was Mr. Killian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 41, Public Employees Retirement System Incentive. Send a letter to the PERS, Superintendent of School District, and SPCSA, encouraging entities to continue to collaborate with schools, including charters, to inform teachers and other school personnel, especially new or potential employees, about the benefits of PERS. Yes, Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. This was actually one of my bills from last session that never got heard, but SB 221, because a lot of teachers do not know the benefit of PERS, and that it's an additional 29.75% that the employer pays, depending on where the teacher, the public employee is employed. And so what a great benefit, one of the best retirement systems in the entire United States. And what great way to recruit teachers is to let them know of this great benefit, that after so much time that they will collect until they pass away. And so I just really like this bill.
It's interesting. My wife was listening to the school district does an actual workshop on this issue and talked specifically about that, how great a program this is. And brand new teachers don't think about retirement, and which is unfortunate, because if they did, perhaps they wouldn't be in such a hurry sometimes to leave. So I think it's a good thing to talk about. We have a good program that's funded in a way that can continue. And so, any other questions on this one? All right. 42, statewide minimum salary schedule for teachers. This one is sending a letter to the governor, Finance, Ways and Means, to consider allocating additional funds to implement statewide minimum salary scale. So this one, I'm sure there's probably a lot of questions. I didn't know how we would go on this one, but I wanted to include it since it was one that was recommended. There is an issue here that I was going to have staff, I think, talk about. Is this the one with the last two lines? And about putting it in the report. For some reason I wrote it on this one. Did I write it in the wrong place?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Council. So I think the only question that had come up on this was the idea of the COLA increases being made on a regular basis, at least biannually. The idea wasn't that they couldn't be made more frequently than biannually. So, for example, annually, just the recommendation was at least biannually. Districts could do COLA increases more often than that if they wish to.
So what are your thoughts on this one? We'll start with Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I'm a little bit worried about this one just because the funding does not necessarily keep up with the COLA requirements in this. So that's just alarming, being a district leader and knowing that you have a certain threshold and that you're dependent then on the funding to be coming in to cover this.
Other concerns? Yes, Solomon Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I just want some clarification on that, because I do believe that I heard someone speak about the CPI, making it comparable to that. Am I wrong? Did I miss that?
Mr. Killian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So I believe the issue with the CPI was relating to the pupil-centered funding formula in general, about whether to use the Western State CPI or a Nevada-specific CPI if one existed.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah. So on this one, I don't know if we want to send a letter or not on this one. I want the information to be available so that because this is kind of really a minimum salary schedule for teachers, but I don't know if we should make a statement. I think that as we continue to make changes to how we fund education and revenue and stuff, I think it makes it easier to talk about this. But if we just to get a statement saying that we should be at this, I don't know if we're ready for that yet. But I don't know. I kind of wanted to hear other thoughts on this one. Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod.
So I think what I hear you saying, and I think I'm in support, is that if we could get this information out maybe in our report, like kind of like we did with the appendix. I don't know. I'm sorry.
So let me ask staff, if we want this information to be maybe in our final report or something, is that something we could just include, saying that, this is a recommendation that came to us on what, they feel this these statewide minimum salaries should be, and that, something to possibly to consider, but not necessarily making a recommendation from us. Mr. Killian.
Thank you, Mr. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, so this was a report that was given to the committee by the Teacher Recruitment Task Force as required by law. So presumably the committee report for this committee at the end of the session would include that information received from the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force. So that recommendation would be in there, regardless of whether this committee takes action on it or sends a letter to anyone about it.
All right. So it sounds like we kind of already have it out there. Senator Butt.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I like the idea of some of this. I think it's important, though, that we point out that $12,000 on top of that $41,000 is PERS benefit. That is actually, I know they say without, but it's just being transparent then, that $12,000 is actually what that contract is going to cost in addition for PERS enrollment, I guess you could say, and on top of the $41,277.
Right. Other discussion? So is everyone okay with the fact that we already have it we'll have it in our report, so we don't necessarily need to make a recommendation? Okay. Item number 43, expand teaching and training, career and technical education programs. Send a letter to the governor and finance, ways and means to encourage investment in expanding availability of CTE and technical education programs. And all the other stuff that's in that paragraph. Talks about dual enrollment and stuff like that for career and tech. Everyone okay with that one? Okay. 44, pay for special categories or incentives. Send letter to the governor, finance. Consider providing special incentive pay to existing teachers, including but not limited to merit or longevity pay. That was from the TRA, but it also from our own member, Alexis Hansen, made a recommendation there. We okay with sending that recommendation? Okay. All right, so that's all the items there. I'm going to see if my vice chair has a motion for us.
Would you like a motion? I'm going to try. Okay. So beginning at, start on, what did it, page did it start on? 7, that's what, okay, I didn't go back far enough. So section E relating to educators and other school personnels. We are doing number 24. We're going to hold off on 25. Are we going to take a vote on that?
We were going to come back to that one.
Okay, we'll come back to 25,
Yeah.
so let's not do that one. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Number 33, we were going to add staff to that. 35, 36, 37, we were going to add NTEP. Is that how you say it? NTAP?
NITAP.
NITAP. It's an N, but it's NITAP. And number 38, 39, 40, but we wanted to also send it to the ombudsman. 41, 43, 44, 45. No, I'm
just
sorry,
44.
44, sorry.
Just 44.
I got ahead of myself.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod, second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. So the motion carries. Let's go back to that one, just because I said we would and we never got to it.
25.
So 25, which was the 2020, what's our thoughts on that one? We talked a lot about increasing pay for a lot of different things, but comments? Yeah. Do we, something you really want to do? It doesn't matter to me. Okay. Discussion. Well, we have some that want to do it and some that don't, right? Let's just, I guess we got to have at least one vote where we can. Let's see, I'll entertain a motion and see where we go from there.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and do number 25, which is salary and send to the superintendent on each school district, encouraging districts to increase educator pay by 20% and provide at least $20 per hour for other school personnel.
And an increase by 20% too, right?
I said that.
Okay. All right. And we have a motion from Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod, second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. Discussion. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. So okay, just raise it. Okay? So we got Senator Buck, Assemblywoman Hanson, and Assemblywoman Hardy voting nay. Motion passes. Okay. So let's move on to the next section relating to education funding. So now we talked about all that stuff we wanted them to fund. So now let's talk about some of the things that we talked about as far as funding. So item 44, education funding, sending a letter to the governor, finance, ways and means, the legislature to consider adding an additional $200 million investment in our education system every year for 8 additional years to reach the national average. We know we can't tell a future legislatures, there we go. Okay, what to do, but one thing that as we were developing the new funding formula, we developed it based on a 10-year plan. We never really do that around here. We always do things in 2 years, and it makes it really difficult to do things if we don't think about the future. But what I will say, if we continue to make an additional $200 million investment in our education system every year for 8 more years, That would increase our education funding by $1 billion. One of the other things that I just will mention is with the new funding plan, all of the money that was getting returned to the general fund in the past now continues to stay with the new funding plan. If that continues also during that same period of time, that would raise an additional $1 billion, which would actually raise approximately $2 billion over that 10-year period, which would put us in a much higher place than we are now as far as funding compared to others, and would put us in where the Commission on Funding Commission on Education Funding, has said that we need to be at. So I think this is a good statement. If we want to do all those other things that we've talked about, we need to figure out ways to increase. And these are one way is with the new funding plan, we're going to get some additional funding without raising any additional revenue. And in this case, we're asking the legislature to continue to add $200 in the budget every year. So questions? Are we okay with making this recommendation? Assemblyman Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. So 200 million, I'm sorry, let me look here. 200 million every year for 10 years. So making me think where we're going to get the money. Do we know the status of the initiative petition for the gaming tax? I know that there had been some question over it being pulled during the last session in lieu of some legislation. And if I'm not mistaken, is it before? Is the Secretary of State still going forward with it? I mean, wondering where the money is going to come from, and I know that was on the table at one point. So just looking for an update on if we're looking for money, what's the status of the initiative petition? Is it going to be on the ballot? Has anything been decided? Just looking for some direction.
So a couple things first. Let me start with Commission on School Funding. One of their charges is also to come up with ways to come up with additional revenue. So they are making recommendations on how to do that. And, they kind of talked about that at the last meeting where they made a presentation, which could include various things, which included, I think, increasing sales tax and some other things. So there are going to be some proposals for that. Now, as far as some kind of initiative petition on the gaming tax, I don't know if anybody do we have that information anywhere? Okay, so it's going to take a minute. We'll look that up. So I think what this particular letter, what this is just saying is we think that the legislature needs to commit to increasing funding for education. And following recommendations that have been given, from our commission that looked at this, that said, this is where we need to be. And so if we want to increase these other programs and salary and all that, we've got to do something. And so this is just suggesting that we follow that 10-year plan. Yeah, Assemblyman Hansen.
I'm sorry to be a thorn. Thank you, Chair. On this one, I'm not supportive of the letter because, owning a business and looking at financial statements all the time, if I don't know what my receivables are, I cannot, in good conscience, be recommending this kind of expenditure when I'm not confident in what my receivables are. So unless I have more clarity on that, I'm not going to be able to support a letter to the governor or Finance and Ways and Means for this.
Okay. And the other thing I want to point out that, obviously this letter is asking Governor of Finance, Ways and Means to consider adding additional. It's not saying, we're not requiring them to do that. I think having a goal is something that we have not had in the past, a specific goal for how we're going to increase funding. We always talk about we want to do all these things, but how do we increase funding? I think we have to have a commitment to that. And then if we're committed to that, then we will find, we either have to make prioritize that are, that we want to spend it on education versus something else, or we have to find ways to increase revenue. And I think that just puts, that forward. Senator Buck.
I'm along the same lines in what accountability measures are in place to ensure that this money will produce actual gains in student learning.
So that's part of the new funding plan, that they receive money, that they have to show that they're increasing student achievement. So, I mean, that's however we're doing that now. That doesn't change. And obviously, if we're going to put more money into education, we want to make sure that we're going to get results, right? Senator Don Darrell.
Thank you, Chair. We might need to wait, and I don't know, we might need to wait for the Commission on School Funding to make those recommendations. I don't know. I'm just wondering if we send this letter in and then the Commission has the same recommendations, that would be good, but if they have different recommendations, they won't be in that letter. So I don't know. I'm wondering if this is the right, I'm all about more funding. I'm just wondering if it's logistically the right order.
Right. And I believe that, I think this one came from Hawa Ahmed, but I think she was referencing, and I think the Commission on School Funding hadn't they made some recommendations concerning the 10-year, that in order to, actually, I don't know that they made a recommendation. What they said in their report was that if we did this over 10 years, that we would increase funding by $1 billion. I think that's where that came from. So it's just although I think the fact that we've talked about it and people, and that it's out there, I think, the legislature and governor is going to know that as they do their budgets. So. Oh, okay. Does he have that? Okay. So why don't we respond to one of the questions that came up, and I'm going to have Mr. Killian respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So in response to the question from Assemblywoman Hansen about the status of the initiative petitions, the Supreme Court did hear that case on June 28th, or well, it heard the case before June 28th, but on June 28th issued a ruling saying that those initiative petitions had to be withdrawn from the ballot. So those will not be appearing on the ballot in 2022. At this point, those initiative petitions are effectively dead.
Assemblywoman Hansen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Killian. Unless I'm mistaken, does the Secretary of State have the authority to put that on the ballot? I thought that was where the dispute was.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So yes, the core of that dispute was whether the Constitution's requirement for the Secretary of State to place initiative petitions on the ballot contemplated the existence of a mechanism for the requesters of an initiative petition to withdraw their initiative petition. And at trial in district court, the district court found that the statutory scheme that allowed for withdrawal was a mechanism of carrying out the Secretary of State's ministerial duty to place things on the ballot, so that there was no constitutional conflict, and that those initiative petitions could be withdrawn. And then the Supreme Court, in their ruling on June 28th, affirmed that position, that it does not conflict with the Secretary of State's constitutional duty to place things on the ballot for a statutory scheme to allow for them to be withdrawn. And if the statutory scheme provides that they should be withdrawn, then the Secretary of State must withdraw them from the ballot.
Okay. And I think staff was looking up what the recommendations from the Commission on School Funding. Did we find anything out on that? What? They're working on the index part. Do we know? Why don't I, I'm going to put a question mark by that. We'll come back to that, give staff time to see if they can find that. Under item 46, monitor funding, including a statement in the final report encouraging legislators to continue monitoring the $1.2 billion in ARP funding to determine whether and how it's helping students, particularly at risk. Anybody questions on those? I think everybody, yes. Let's see, Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I really like this one. I look and see that Clark County School District receives $760 million, and so it would be great to know exactly where it went, how it's benefiting ELL students and teachers and all of their students.
Other comments? Okay, 47 is Zoom School program funding, including a statement in our final report regarding the importance of Zoom School program funding and the work of the pre-K Zoom program and urges continuance. I think the importance here is that Zoom schools have had some really good success, and with the new funding formula, even though we don't have that side funding for Zoom, I think to expect them to continue these good programs, even with the new, I think that's what really the statement that we're making, and so I think it would be good. Any further discussion on that? Okay, 47. All right, we have number 48. This one actually is a little bit more complicated. There's a lot more things in here, but this is sending a letter to the Governor of Finance and Ways and Means to consider increasing the allocation of funding to education and prioritize the use of those funds in the following areas. Administrator professional learning, hiring educators, mentor programs, affordable housing, supports for recruitment and retention efforts, and support educator pipeline retention. This seems really similar to some of the stuff that we've already passed. So I don't know if we really need to do an additional thing here, because I believe everything in here is covered by stuff that we've already passed.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so we're going to not do that one. And then 49, dual enrollment, include a statement in this in our final report regarding the recommendations by the CSF to maintain funding at adjusted base per pupil amounts for students taking dual enrollment courses. That was from Guy Hobbs. He was recommending that funding maintain at that adjusted base per pupil. Any questions on that? Okay. And then from the Commission on School Funding, send a letter to the governor, Finance, Ways and Means, encouraging the consideration of additional funding to the CSF due to broader scope of activities and responsibilities required by the CSF. This was one of the things that came up was that, let's say during the session, they really want the commission to chime in. There was no funding for them to meet during the session, but only during the interim. So this would be a recommendation that they consider funding some additional, as well as additional meetings during the interim if needed.
We asked them for something specific, they couldn't even meet,
Right.
right?
I think the way currently because they don't have funding during like the session, if there was a specific thing we wanted them, we didn't provide funding for them to be able to meet. So, yeah. So I think this is a good thing. Any questions? Yes, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. Yes, this really was impressed upon me when he testified that, this whole transition over to pupil-centered funding, we really need this commission to help us as we, move forward. And so this is definitely, I'm in big support of this, definitely needed so we can have the feedback we need and they can be taken care of the way, without the confinements that they find themselves in now. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments there? Okay, so that's it on that one. Let's go back now to 45 on the education funding one. Did we get answer to the question there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Adam Dross with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I would just note that on the committee's July 29th, 2022 meeting, Chair Hobbs did make a presentation regarding national average funding for K-12 education. And in that, he recommended or discussed a 10-year phase-in of increased funding. It doesn't necessarily align with the $200 million, but it does, show that gradual increase over a 10-year period, which is similar to the recommendation before the committee today.
So, okay, so we can either not do anything just because we already have it in our report. The other thing that I just thought about as he mentioned that was not so much to the 200 million investment, but to maybe there needs to be a commitment to this 10-year to get us to that the average, national average. Assembly Bill Bay. That's right.
Thank you, Chair. Could we use the verbiage to align with the Commission on School Funding? So instead of putting the $200 million level, but align with the numbers that we will be getting from them? Would that make sense?
Yeah, I'm sure that we could do. And if we didn't want to specifically even commit to necessarily the number, but to commit to the concept of getting us to that, right? I mean, that we support that, and they could, because they can see whatever that is. But I think somewhere we need to. I think if we can, even though we can't bind future legislatures, I think the committing to a concept of gradually increasing education funding, I think would be good. Assemblywoman Hardy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I would have, because I too had a little concern about having a specific dollar amount in there. So if it's more that we're committing to a concept instead of this specific amount, I think that would give me more comfort than just having, this is what we're recommending.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask Mr. Killian, how would we? You kind of heard the discussion there. What would the language look like? And is this the appropriate? The letter would go to? Is that the appropriate? I think it probably is, but Mr. Killian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, I think the recipients for the letter are probably accurate, and I think the verbiage would be kind of replacing what's there with the idea of to consider increasing the investment in our education system every year for the next 10 years in an incremental amount consistent with the recommendations of the Commission on School Funding in order to reach the national average.
I think that would be 8 years since we're already 2 years into it. So I would be comfortable with that. Would everyone else be comfortable with that? Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so with that, I will take an motion from from Vice Chair Bill Bray-Axelrod.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. So on F, relating to school funding, we are doing 45 per the way Council just recommended it. 46, 47. Oh, wait.
We got to go way back.
I got to go way back. Sorry, guys. No, that's right. Yeah, no.
That's right. That was the first
Okay,
one.
yeah, we did that before. So 45, the way Council recommended. 46, 47. We're not doing 48. 49 and 50.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Senator Darrell Loop. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right, so we are let's see. I want to take. Let's just take a 2-minute break. Don't go far. I just want to make sure that we're set to be able to moving forward on the BDR recommendations. So we will be in recess for 2 minutes. Okay, let's go back on the record. We're back from our short 2-minute thing that then turned into longer. All right, we're on page 14, recommendations for drafting legislation proposals. So this is where we're going to consider BDRs. I think we'll treat this similar to what we just did, except that these are going to be built BDR recommendations. Keep in mind that we have 10 BDRs that we can do. However, some of these can be combined into one. So it's not like each one of these individually has to be done. And in addition, we're going to consider the issue that we talked about earlier that had to do with the culturally sensitive graduation issue, that talking about that as a possible BDR or to be included in one of the BDRs. So we do have one additional BDR that we've been granted that we could take up at our October meeting. So anyway, so let's go through these let's go through all of them and have the discussion and see if we come to, because we can combine things as we go and then see where we're at so that we don't, what I didn't want to do is vote on, and then when we run out of BDRs, we're done, right? So let's start with G51, public-private partnerships, which proposes legislation to codify university-based public-private partnerships using blanket language, including a language about qualifying standards and cost sharing for facilities and programs. I'm going to ask staff, is there additional information? My understanding was this was to create kind of blanket language that would allow them to where they currently can't create these relationships without having some kind of legislation. Is that correct, Mr. Killian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So yes, this the presenter on this was referring back to SB 342 from 2021, which was the bill that allowed the Board of Regents to enter into an agreement with a private entity, whether for-profit or not-for-profit, to further health education programs and medical programs. I think that's what ultimately wound up with UNR partnering with Renown.
Right.
And the concept of this bill would be to do something similar without it being limited just to health education or medical programs, to create blanket authority for the universities within the state university to enter into these kind of agreements in any area.
Okay, so questions about that? I think it would, I mean, when we did the other bill, it made sense, and this allows the universities to create these relationships that are beneficial to both, but I think it's something that we should do. Any questions? Okay, so I'm going to put that as a possible one to do. I think the next one we need to consider is number 53, which is the name, image, likeness, contract disclosure requirements. This came from the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of name, image, and likeness, something that they thought was important. I think all the specifics of a BDR would come out of whatever we decide on, but this kind of helps to keep track of how much compensation they're getting, as determined by the, proposed legislation to amend NRS 398-330 regarding student athletes disclosures to instead require an entity which engages in NIL deals that provide compensation to any form to one or more student athletes with an aggregate value equal to or greater than $10,000 or a different amount determined by COE, to be responsible for disclosing those deals to the student athletes institutions. So this would kind of give some reporting requirements to this. And I know we had, there was a question about who would hold the info, and I was going to have Mr. Killian talk about that first, and then let's have discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So this proposed legislation from the NIL Committee basically had three different parts. One is currently the student athletes themselves are required to disclose every single deal. And the first part of this would be to change that, so rather than the duty being on the student athletes to disclose, the duty would be on the business that's providing them with compensation to disclose. But that duty would apply only if that business does an aggregate of $10,000 or more of deals with any number of athletes. The second piece, and this is where there would need to be some further input from the committee, is the question of whether all of this information about NIL deals needs to be gathered in some centralized place and maintained by some body, and who that body would be, whether it would be INSHE, Secretary of State, some other entity that would have the responsibility for keeping that information. And then the final piece of this recommendation was to require these businesses that facilitate NIL deals to register with the Secretary of State in order to facilitate the reporting requirements in the first part of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so questions on this one? Is this one we want to consider? Assemblywoman Miller.
Yes, just a brief question. Was the recommendation, because it seems like a lot of bureaucracy, was the recommendations that the committee came up with, that there needed to be all this included? I anticipated it would just be contractual between the student athlete and whoever the sponsors or organization was. So is there I guess I just need to know the necessity for this.
Mr. Killian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So this was the recommendation from the NIL committee, and I believe in the committee's view, this was actually stepping back the level of bureaucracy, because currently every student athlete is required to individually disclose every deal to the institutions, and this would instead not put that responsibility on the student athletes, but rather on the businesses paying the student athletes to disclose themselves, which would reduce the total number of disclosures and I think probably make it a little more manageable than currently, every athlete that gets a free T-shirt has to disclose.
Further questions? Okay, so yes, Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. My question is, and I know that there's probably not a way to prevent it, but I see abuse here, because that company entity can pay an athlete $9,999, and they don't have to report it.
I think that's an aggregate, so it would be, so if they had more than one athlete, right? But, and that's something, as if we're suggesting a bill here, that's something that could be, amended into a bill or considered in a bill as we.
All right, thank you.
All right. So, okay, any other discussion on this one? All right, so I'm going to put this as a possible one that we'll come back to. Number 54, timing of school improvement steps. Yes, I'm skipping 52. Right. Yeah, I went through and there's a few that number 54, timing of school improvement steps. Proposed legislation to change the timing of the reporting of performance plans to better align with the budgeting and assessment cycles. This was recommended by Summer Stevens when she gave her, and I think maybe staff could explain this a little better, but I think we're requiring reporting, but it's not aligning with the budget and assessment. So I think that's what she was saying, if we could somehow, I think that's something that definitely should be looked at. Anything we can do to make it easier for school districts, because we're asking a lot of them. I think that this is something that should be looked at. But staff, do we have any additional info on that other than she just brought that up in her comments? But anytime I always find that the folks that are out there doing this usually have the best solutions to stuff, and so I think that's something we might consider. So, Okay, so I'll put that as a possibility. Number 55, the Respect Educators Act. Proposed legislation creating statewide monitoring committee comprised of educators, legislative representatives, NDE to review the safety, well-being of educators, including analyzing the impact of relevant laws and ensure consistent implementation of student discipline. Seems reasonable, but questions or concerns? Okay, I'm going to leave that on. 56, support professionals workforce pipeline. Proposed legislation creating a statewide recruitment and retention task force for educating support professionals, similar to the state TRRA task force, to review ways in which Nevada can further recruit and retain support professionals. Is that something we want to support? Is there a need for that? Someone Miller.
I think so, and I would just also like to add that when we are saying support professionals, we're not just referring to what people may think of as a classroom aide. We're also talking, school districts also require journeymen that, in skilled trades, in sophisticated professions to maintain facilities and transportation as well, so.
I mean, we're talking bus drivers, right? Custodial
Plumbers,
staff. Yeah.
we're talking plumbers, electric,
Right.
Actual skilled trades as well. So all of those people that support keeping that building going, so. We can't say enough
Especially-
about how much more HVAC we need.
Right.
Need air conditioning in our school district.
Especially the parts for the older schools. Questions or other comments? Okay, I'm going to leave that one on. Number 57, meetings of the Commission on School Funding. Proposed legislation to amend NRS 387-1246 to authorize CFS to meet outside of July of an odd-numbered year and September 30th the subsequent even-numbered year, only if requested by a chair of the Senate or some of the Committee on Education, Finance, Ways, Means during the legislative session. So this is one that would allow them, if they are requested to meet outside of the window that they currently have. But if we're, yeah, so it goes along with the letter that we agreed on for 50. Oh, that was on number 50. Any any comments there? We all in agreement on that one? Okay. I'm not going to take up 58 because they're still actually working on that, the Commission on School Funding, as far as the CPI, because even they haven't decided yet what works there. Yeah, and there's a chance that we could add that in our October meeting with that other BDR. If not, that's something that definitely, one of the committees could also bring. Section 59, virtual schools, proposed legislation to amend NRS 387.1214 to fund both online district and charter schools at the statewide base per pupil amount rather than the adjusted base per pupil amount. That was a recommendation that came from the Guy Hobbs, the chair of the Commission on School Funding. Discussion there? Yes, Senator Miller.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First, it was my understanding, I thought that the charter schools were brought up under the new funding formula, but my question is to fund an online school at the same level as a physical school when online schools do not, and this isn't about the need for online schools, we do have a need for them, but in delivery of service, online schools are not taxed with such things as transportation, food service, sports, arts, custodial, cleaning. Really, it comes down to maybe staff and technology. So I guess I'm wondering, why was the need or the question? I'm just not comfortable with funding virtual schools at the same amount as our physical schools.
Okay, so I want staff to address this because I think it's the opposite of what you're thinking. So, Mr. Drost. Yeah. So Mr. Drost, why don't you go ahead and
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Adam Dross with the LCD Fiscal Analysis Division. Just to clarify, currently online charter schools, which is what we're talking about, receive the average statewide base per pupil amount. But there was a discrepancy there in that virtual school district schools were receiving the adjusted base per pupil amount. So this would make both online charters and online school districts pupils receive the same statewide base per pupil amount and align them in that manner, given many of the factors that the Assemblywoman just mentioned regarding the operation of online schools.
so yeah, so it's confusing. So it's confusing, but right. So what this is doing is bringing the online that are sponsored by school districts in line with the online that are sponsored by the charter authority. So the online ones wouldn't get the adjusted base; they would get the same amount to the other. So it would reduce the amount that the school district ones are getting. I guess that's really. Any other discussion on that one? Okay. Okay, so those are all the BDRs. Now let's look at the studies real quick. Right, because they're also the studies also have to go into a BDR, so that's the only reason I want to consider those, so that we can go back and see if we can combine any of these on ones, or we're going to have to decide which ones not to do if we got too many. 60 is evidence-based mental health and wellness programs. Proposed legislation is a study concerning that. 61 is a statewide study group to propose legislation to create statewide study group to suggest policy and strategies targeting specific student groups that address specific education needs and policy interventions for those student groups. We had a study of educator workload, proposed legislation study educator workload, including statutory and regulatory requirements, better understand workload. Study of teacher licensure testing requirements, proposed legislation to commission and fund a study of Nevada's licensure requirements, practice course, study skills for educators, tests, and those kind of things. That's it, right? Okay, and that's it. So on these particular studies, any of these that we, yes, Simlum, Bill Bay Axelrod.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at 61, 62, and 63, those seem like they could actually all be in one. When you're looking at policies, strategies that work, educator workload, and the licensure testing, I think does that work?
The only question is the 61, is it dealing more with specific student groups, not so much teachers? So testing requirements versus teacher workload. So.
Didn't you say we could do all studies in one bill?
But we could we do, yeah. So we could do one bill that says we want to do these studies. Because remember, the way it works now with the interim is that we charge the interim committee to do the study. And so if we have multiple we could have one bill that says we want you to do these studies. Next interim, do these studies. Right? Is that, Mr. Killian, is that accurate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, all of these studies could be combined into one bill, even though they're dealing with slightly different subjects. They're all studies relating to education, so they would fit within the constitutional single subject rule. And then with the new Joint Interim Standing Committee structure, there are no longer separate study committees. All studies get assigned to one of the Joint Interim Standing Committees to perform. So any of these that were approved ostensibly would be assigned to the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education next interim to perform.
So the question would be getting funding to do the studies, right? And what can the interim committee actually get done during an interim?
And I would also ask, Chair, the question would...
Assemblyman Miller.
Thank you. Yeah. The question would be, would they still, if they were under one BDR assigned to one interim committee, would they still be 3 separate studies assigned? Because again, having 3 different groups or subcommittees, task force, however it's going to be research, is that what would still happen?
So, Mr. Killian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, so it would still be however many separate studies that would each be assigned. It wouldn't make them one study by having them all be in one bill. They would each still be a separate study on their own.
I'm sure the legislative language would be clear that how that would be. And, of course, they would have to be funded somehow, although we did get studies this time that did not really get funded. But, I mean, as far as external funding, we were able to use staff to do some things. But in the past, we might have funding like to hire a contractor or a consultant to do some things. So that still would have to be determined. But I think if we put them all in one, they could, be amended. The bill could be amended to only include certain ones when you determine what that is. So would we be comfortable with all of these in one? I mean, doing all of these, or is there some that we don't think we need to do? That's what, Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
And just because this is a new way of doing things, if we do all these, we put these in a BDR and it comes through the Education Committee, that's not, we could still amend it. I mean, if we wanted to take something out because we didn't see that we're going to have we could still amend it, correct?
That's correct. I mean, it's a BDR, and we know how those can get changed all the time. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm not hearing anybody saying that they're okay with leaving all these in. Okay, so let me see how many do we have that we've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm counting 7. Is that
8?
Which
1, 2, 3, 4,
8?
7, and then the study.
54, 55,
51, 53, 54,
8 and 9. Oh, 9, 8 or 9. Is that 8 with the study? Okay. And then what did we decide on the cultural? Do we want that to be included in one of these bills, or? Vice Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Since we are under the 10, I would be okay with including the cultural, I don't know how we said it, folks during graduation to be able to wear, putting that in statute. It sort of seems like something we're kind of doing now, and it would be, I have no problem with that.
Doing it as a separate
BDR.
I think from a timing perspective, actually, if you separated that one, you could probably do it earlier in the session so that it could be approved to be used for that graduation. So that might make sense to do that. Okay, so questions on any, we've gone through these now. Anybody have any questions on any of these? So, Selim Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. Is it too late to suggest a study? I brought it up earlier of I guess we don't have any left though, right? We have no BDRs left, but just
if it's a study,
we don't need a BDR.
It could be included in the BDR that we're already doing. It's just included as another study.
The parking lot BDR or whatever we're going to call it. Okay, could we entertain the thought of studying the achievement gaps that I had mentioned earlier in regards to all students between graduation rates and proficiency rates, which also I think helps us kind of get to the problems of what we can do to support these students if we were to have such a study. So just putting that out there.
So we just need to probably clarify exactly what it is so that we can have a discussion about that. So are you suggesting achievement gap specific?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in regards to, as I've looked at the data across the state, urban, rural, it kind of is a consistency that I see where since 2014, 15, graduation rates have gone up, but proficiencies have come down. And this is according to the NDE portal, the Nevada Report Card. So I'm just curious if we're trying to find out, I'd be curious to find out in high school, why are the math scores at 26% on average? Why are the English language arts scores in the 30 percentile, or I'm sorry, in the 40 percentile? So you probably are better at helping me figure out how we craft it, but that's what I'm trying to have us get to the root of. As I talk to parents, they're frustrated, wanting to know why kids are struggling with reading, why they're struggling with math. I know there's a lot of factors, and I think that's what we really need to look into. What's causing this big gap? They're graduating, but are they proficient? And that's a big concern.
Okay, Mr. Killian, how would we, at least for the purposes of doing a BDR, what would it look like?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So I think generally that would be a request for a study into the disparity between graduation rates and proficiency rates, and any disparity between trends of graduation rates and proficiency rates, which would include an investigation to determine any factors that may be responsible for the disparity between those rates.
Okay. Questions? Anybody? Any questions, including that as one of the possible studies? Okay, so we can include that in the studies one. Anything on any of the other ones that we talked about? 14, 16. Okay. If not, then I'm going to ask my vice chair to do a motion.
Okay. So I will make a motion that we the recommendations for drafting of legislative proposals relating, is that right? To higher education, we have 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 59, 60. Okay, actually, all the studies, 60, 61, 62, 63, and then the additional study brought up by my colleague, Assemblywoman Hansen.
And all those were not necessarily all higher education ones.
Right, I apologize.
They changed, they're different ones, but the
Right.
numbers were correct as far as, is that clear
Yes,
for
G-
staff?
Yes, thank you.
And I will second that.
Okay, so we have a motion from Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod, second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. Discussion on the motion. And before we do that, the question that staff asked is if that included the graduation attire.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, and we were adding an additional BDR based on the cultural graduation attire.
Correct, and you're okay with that as a second, Senator Don Darrell Loop?
That is my second.
Okay, so with the clarification that it includes the cultural graduation attire. Further discussion? Oh, do we need to discuss that first? Okay, so we got to back up. We're gonna back up. So if you'll pause
Okay.
your motion.
Pause my motion.
Just because we need to make one decision on 53 with a name and image, we have to determine who's going to.
We can't just put that in the bill. We can't.
Well, we have to tell them what to put in the bill. So we have to tell them what entity is going to, that information is going to reside.
We can't make that up for you.
Right. The staff can't make that decision without us telling them.
You can't have that discussion as a,
Okay, Senator Don Darrell Loop.
sorry, Mr. Chair, that isn't a and I'm just asking for clarification. I don't have a dog in the race here. That isn't something that we can decide and make a decision on as a committee when we hear that bill?
Thank you, Ms. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So since this is the request for the drafting of the bill initially, so we would need to have those details to go into the bill in the first place so that the committee, when it hears the bill, actually has a bill to hear. So it would be a decision for this committee to make as to what initially goes into the bill. And then certainly when the committee during session hears it, they could change or revise that entity as they deem appropriate. But that's one of the details that we would need to create the bill in the first place.
Okay, so just for clarification, so if we put businesses will be responsible for the disclosure of the business that's going on at hand, then if we decide differently when we hear the bill, that could be changed with an amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Yes, that could be changed
Thank you,
by the
I just
committee.
wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So really the decision here is like, do we want NSHE to be responsible for it? Do we want, I mean, the legislature to be responsible? Do you want, I guess what I would ask Mr. Killian is what are our options here? I mean, what are the most obvious options here for this? Oh, yes. Okay, Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod.
I was just going to say, since it's a business asking business reporting, and so the Secretary of State already have the silver flume where businesses have to report, wouldn't it make sense? I mean, and once again, this is open to change, but I just think that would make the most logical sense at this time. But just because businesses are already using that portal.
And I believe, as it says in here, they're going to have to register to the Office of the Secretary of State. So they're already going to know who these entities are. So that would make sense to do that. So is everyone okay with that? Okay, so then let's go back and take a motion. I don't know if you need to read. Can we just? Do we need to do the whole thing? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion before us. We have a second. And we received further clarification on number 53 that it would be through the Secretary of State. We're directing staff to do that there. So
I would like to add that to my motion.
Yeah. So any further, and actually, we don't, yeah, that's fine. Any further discussion on the motion that includes all the BDRs that we're going to sponsor through this committee? Not hearing any. All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. Okay. Is that it on all those? Are we done? Okay. All right, let me find my place here. Good work, everyone, on that section. All right, so we have the next item is agenda item number 8, public comment. Anyone here in the room wishing to give public comment? We're all staring at the one person that's here. Okay. She's not coming forward. So let's go to Las Vegas. Ms. Rudy, do we have anyone in Las Vegas wishing to give public comment?
Chair Dennis, no, there is not a single person left in the room here. Thank you.
How do we know? There's a big thing in the middle of the room and we can't see if they're hiding behind there. See, we can't tell. Okay, no one in Las Vegas is coming forward. Yeah, you still got to be able to go around the corner there. So thank you. BPS, is there anyone online wishing to give public comment? Did we lose BPS? Or they're checking? Okay, we're checking with BPS to make sure. Probably we're going to need to give them a minute anyways to get, if anybody that's online that wishes to give comment, it usually takes 30 seconds or more to hear it after I say it.
Thank you, Chair Dennis.
Yes.
To provide public comment at this time, please press star 9 on your phone. Take your place in the queue.
You were really soft at the end. I didn't hear what you said.
Apologies for the sound issues. We do have a few in queue. Please proceed, caller 728.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, this is Marla. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I didn't hear your last name, Marla.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is Marla McDade Williams. And I want to thank you for the time you spent today going through these important recommendations. I also want to thank you for moving forward a bill draft related to cultural attire at graduation. I think it will help ensure equitable treatment of this issue throughout the state. It will also give students who want to celebrate their culture at this key time in their life, help them feel valued by the education system from which they're graduating. So thank you again, and that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 653. You're unmuted. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Dora Martinez. Chair Dennis, Vice Chair, and the awesome committee. It's been there all day. I've been with you all day. I just want to say thank you so much for the visually impaired teachers. I think it was Part C. We totally and absolutely appreciate you guys for continuing to include all students with different abilities. I just want to say, Senator Dennis, that I failed to acknowledge this piece at the beginning of the meeting. And I don't know if you remember, but last time when you guys had the meeting, I kind of threw Ms. Erdos under the bus regarding the inaccessible documents that the LCB put out. They are all doing a great job, but we really need to work better in making them accessible. So a person like myself, as a blind advocate, I would have the same playing field as everybody else, because I didn't know that it was on the work session. So I'm very grateful, and thank you, and have a good night, and drink lots of water.
Thank you very much. That is a reminder that we do have a heat warning this week. Not only in the south, but apparently up here, they're having higher temperatures than normal also. So definitely drink a lot of water. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? BPS.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. The public line is open and working. However, there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, so with that, first of all, I want to thank staff for all the work that they do. I know we've done a lot of work during the last 10 meetings. We do have our final meeting in October, which will consider Assembly Bill 231 of the 2021 session, which requires the review and report to the Committee on Recommendations concerning the instruction relating to the Holocaust and other genocides. I believe we will also have a final report from the Commission on School Funding at that time. I don't anticipate that meeting will be a full day meeting, a half day. So as you think about your schedule, I think we're trying to look at that first week, and we have first week of October, and we have some recommended days and possible times. So if you would respond quickly to those, and I believe that as I said, that meeting will be probably a little shorter. But since I have all of you here in the room at the time, I also want to thank the members of the committee. We've done a lot of work, and we've heard a lot of things, and hopefully the information that you've received will help you as you move forward into session and consider education and how we can make education better for our kids. Student achievement needs to be our number one priority, and I think that we've talked about a lot of things today that could help improve student achievement, and I think we've made some good recommendations, including possible legislation. So thank you all for all the work that you've done this interim, and. Vice Chair Bilberry Axelrod. Actually, I'm going to let everybody that if you guys want to make any comments, I'll let you do
I
that
just
too.
wanted to thank you, Chairman Dennis. You have been a great leader, and I appreciate you involving me all the way through. Even during session, we had weekly meetings to talk about where we're moving forward, and this institution is really going to feel the loss with you being termed out. So thank you for guiding us and really just showing the level-headedness that it can take sometimes in these meetings, and we just really appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to thank you myself, and I think I speak for others as well. You've been so fair. You've been such a gentleman and have appreciated your professionalism and your good example. So you will be missed, and thank you so much for your service. Thank you to the committee and to my colleagues. This is my first interim committee on education, and I've learned a lot. So, and thank you, Vice Chair, for your work and leading us in the Assembly as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, well, thank you all very much. We have no further items to come before us. We are adjourned.